testimony later in the afternoon. So at this point, we'd like you to just kind of introduce yourself, where you're from, just so that we know who's all here. We'll then have an update on the California Indian Heritage Center. There's been a lot of progress, and we'll have an open discussion about how that's moving forward and what you'd like to see from that project. And then we'll have a panel on missing and murdered Indigenous people. We'll then break for lunch, and lunch will be provided right where breakfast has been provided. And then we'll come back in the afternoon for a panel on the renaming of S Valley here in Fresno area. We'll then open up to tribal testimony of local tribes, and then again, we'll have community discussion and public comment before our closing blessing, and we'll adjourn at around 5:30 p.m. I do want to note, as always, that input from tribes with ancestral homelands in and near this area will be prioritized, followed by California Native Americans, and then followed by Native Americans and the general public. We are recording this meeting, and we'll be posting it to the Office of Tribal Affairs YouTube channel. Please let us know if you'd like us to pause recording at any point in today's session. For those interested in following the council, ongoing updates, including listening session recordings and the listening session summary documents, are available at the California Truth and Healing Council Updates blog at catruthandhealing.com. You can also get updates for events by following the Governor's Office of Tribal Affairs on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Additional details, including meeting dates, agendas, and background information, are available at tribalaffairs.ca.gov/CTHC. We will have one virtual listening session this month, as we're meeting in person today. Please note that it has been rescheduled, and this month's listening session will take place next Thursday, February 23rd from 10:30 to noon. I'd now like to remind everyone that in joining us here today, you agree to adhere to the Council's principles for respectful engagement, which I'll summarize for you in a moment. A full copy of the principles is available for your use and review at tribalaffairs.ca.gov/CTHC. Refusal to adhere to these principles, which apply to all participants, including governing council members, staff, and community members, whether present or not, may result in your removal from today's convening. If you feel at any time that you need to step out, or you feel that you may be in need of assistance, please find one of our team. And then also we've got the Sakui team here who will be able to provide some assistance as well, and will help you get some air. In order to create a space where participants feel welcome, respected, and able to speak comfortably, we'll uphold the following principles in all of the convenings of the council, including this one. We ask that all participants, which includes council members, authorized representatives, staff, moderators, and the public, work towards sharing in their stewardship. If you're a participant in a convening with the council, we ask that you engage in the work of the council and with others in an open and respectful way. Engage in behaviors that will make others feel welcome. Take care of your emotional, mental, spiritual, and physical well-being. And again, we do have mental health practitioners and also cultural practitioners here today if you do need to take care of yourself. Seek support as you need it. Finally, I'd like to remind attendees that as we work through today's discussions, this process is necessarily open to all Californians, but we ask that those here as allies ensure that they please respect the space and voice of California Native participants, particularly elders in this process. For those members of the press in attendance, we ask that you engage with this process with deference to the Native experience, and that you commit to obtaining consent and final review from the Native peoples that you hear from today. We don't want this to be an extractive process, and we hope that you will assist us in creating a safe space that is open, transparent, and welcome to all. So I would like to now have a couple of brief introductions, and we'll start with our council members who are present in the room, and then we'll turn to those who are on joining us virtually.
Open Mikantosh, welcome everyone. Meawe Joan Harper. I'm from the northern part of the state. I'm Pomo and Coast Miwok, and a member of the Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria. I'm glad that you could be here today, so I just want to say Kamolish.
Morning. It's good to see you all here. This is a bigger crowd than we normally have, so that's exciting. My name is Carmen Lucas. I'm from the Quimby homeland of the Laguna Band of Mission Indians in San Diego, California, Mount Laguna specifically. I live on my ancestral land. I like to tell people I still live in the 16th century because I don't have electricity and all this stuff. So this is kind of spooky for me. So I'm, as you can tell, a little bit old. I'm knocking on the door of 88, but I'm in good health and have good energy. More importantly, I'm here because I want to hear what you have to say. I love being in the presence of you as people, so I think you're more willing to talk to us in a warm, friendly environment. So hopefully that we can accomplish that and accomplish something good for all California Indians. So happy to be here. Please tell us your stories. Thank you.
Mishis Charwe, Inkate Karak, Isaac Bohorques, Inkate Makam. So welcome all of you. Good morning. I'm Isaac Bohorques. I'm Ohlone Costanoan. I'm from the Kakuntaruk Band of Ohlone Costanoan Indians of the Big Sur Rancheria. I want to say thank you to our host tribe for welcoming us here in your homelands today. Thank you all for coming. It takes a great amount of bravery to wake up and to share with folks, not only of your own relatives, but of those that you may not know. So thank you for coming this morning. Really appreciate you being here and sharing what you have to speak, and hope that we have a great day today. Shururu.
I told you not to be shy. Sorry.
Thank you. Estem Chalit Okawinwi. I'm from Northern California. I'm Chief Sisk with the Winnemem Wintu tribe, and been on this council for a little bit and hoping to hear more about the state's push forward for California Indians overall. All of us need to have all of the same things. And fairness is long. We've been waiting a long time for things to be fair and just. And so hopefully the council can hear your stories as well, and we can make some plans. Thank you.
I'm not missing anybody, right? Okay. So we'll very quickly turn to the council members joining us virtually.
Aku, Castro Ashukan, Matuka Kenny. Hello and good morning. My name is Kenny Khan. I'm the chairman for the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians. We're here in Santa Ynez, California, just outside of Santa Barbara. It's an honor to be here. Yesterday, I heard a lot of heartfelt and really difficult conversations. I look forward to assisting and having dialogue, learning, and hopefully by 2025 being able to have a report that represents all of our concerns and all the challenges that we face. Of course, it's going to take many, many more years, but I'm in it for the long haul. So again, it's an honor. Thank you very much, Kakinash.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kusla Kaslarmata. I'm Chumashin Yokut from the Central Coast, and also from Arcata, way up north in Northern California, where my father relocated many, many years ago and married into the Yurok and Karuk communities. So I am calling in today from Ohlone Territory in San Francisco, and I appreciate all of you coming out. And I'm sorry I can't be there in person today. But hopefully we can hear some good testimony, and please always know that you can follow up with me if you want to meet via Zoom and chat. I'm happy to facilitate that individually as well. You can find me through the University of San Francisco's webpage for political science. Thank you.
I'm Mark McCarroll, the tribal chairman for the Charter Band of Indians in Temecula, about an hour north of San Diego. And I just introduced that I'm from the Pechanga Band of Indians. Up until a year ago, we were the Pechanga Band of Mission Indians. And we finally had a cohort, demographic cohort of tribal citizens that said, why do we have this double colonial name? And we had a big discussion and dropped Mission, we dropped Luceño, because we are not people of Mission San Luis Rey. So we'll probably go to a purely indigenous name over the next couple of years. But for now, we're the Pechanga Band of Indians because that is our reservation. That name is in our language, and that's who we are. I want to say that a lot of powerful testimony yesterday, and we need more of this. And there were other panels which were extremely informative. Those panels, at every turn, I'm trying to figure out, does this tie into the truth part so that we can get to the healing part? And I did make a comment that that one of the panels was good information that I'd never heard before, but it put tribes in competition with counties and cities and authorities and parks districts. And so, while the programs are good and it looks like a few tribes are availing themselves of those opportunities, I think we need a reset on how we do this. I'm not sure we're the committee of fairness here, but we are the committee of trying to get your stories to the table so that in the collective, in the aggregate, once we establish a record, the case will be made for the healing part. And, everybody was affected by the actions of the state, all tribes, all Indians. Everybody was affected. Circumstances and experiences did vary by geography and by people. And, we need to put this on the record. And so that I see as the role of the council here, is to listen to you and facilitate gathering that information. I don't think we can create fairness where there is no fairness, but we can bring the issues to justice, bring the issues to the table to focus on issues of justice and trying to fix some of the past wrongs in policy rolling forward. So hopefully we can get to that part and we can progress. I will just close by saying that probably my most important accolade or thing that I'm known by is a friend of Robert Levi Jr. I live in his shadow here in Southern California, and he is an elder extreme, and happy that he's also online here somewhere. So thank you.
Amitabh, my name is Alexis Manzano, and I'm an alternate for the Central Region. I'm a citizen of the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. I'm very sorry that I couldn't be present today. I'm a PhD student currently, and I had an evening class yesterday. I just want to express how grateful I am for the words that you guys have all shared so far. And I'm looking forward to continuing with this work and further dialogue. Hakupa'i, thank you.
Machuksis, I am Anthony Burris, and I am a citizen of Ione Band of Miwok Indians, and represent the Eastern region. And like others, I apologize for not being able to be there in person this weekend, but I look forward to hearing from everybody today.
Great, thank you. We will now, do you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Hi, everyone. My name is Loretta Miranda. I'm a descendant of the Morongo Band of Mission Indians in Southern California and currently serve as Deputy Tribal Affairs Secretary for the Governor's Office of Tribal Affairs. Again, just want to thank Chachansi for hosting us today, and along with our other partners that made this possible, Fresno American Indian Health Project, Sakui, just much gratitude and really happy to have you all here. Thank you.
Thank you, Loretta. And then we've also got on Michael Park from our office, who keeps us organized and makes sure that we're being responsive to all of you as well. So I'd now like to welcome up Chairperson Janet K. Bill from Picayune. And if you'd like to speak at the microphone in this, oh, you can use your own.
Hilly Hilly, again, good morning, everyone. As Secretary Snyder said, I'm Janet Bill. I'm the Tribal Council Chairperson for here. My fellow Tribal Council members, of course, are Member-at-Large Tracy Hopkins, Treasurer Marco Alcantar, followed by our Vice Chairperson Lori Adiaga, and other Members-at-Large Thomas Pisano and Morris Reed Sr. Again, just on behalf of the tribe, thank you so much, and we welcome you all here to our ancestral homelands. We hope that by hosting this today, our Central Valley voices, our voices here in our region, will be heard. As we know, this is a monumental task that the California Truth and Healing Council is taking on, and we definitely don't want our voices to be left out of this process. So again, we commend Governor Newsom for creating this executive order, acknowledging the atrocities that the state of California have done to our indigenous people, and providing this process for us to heal and give our recommendations on how we can begin making amends and, again, forming a relationship with the state as we move forward for our future generations to live in more prosperity than our ancestors have. Again, we just thank you all for being here, and I will allow members of council to talk if they wish.
Hilly Hilly, Hoi Wishnan, Tracy Hopkins. Thank you all for coming today. I look forward to all your stories of you sharing with us on our homelands. Michkais.
Hili Hili, Hoya Wishnam, Marco Alcantar. It's very nice to see everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll be speaking a little bit later on the panel for MMIP, but welcome everyone, and it's nice to see everyone here.
Again, just feel free to share your stories and make sure that this is our opportunity to say what we need to say. Please make sure that you capture this moment and let everyone know your stories if you wish to be heard, so that way we can begin healing.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Chairperson. I'd now like to turn it over to Virginia and April, if you'd like to introduce yourselves.
Squinnacoy, good morning. I have my back to some people and that feels weird. Good morning, Nakna, Virginia Hedrick, Shregon, Mewamechuk, Nakpulik Law. My name is Virginia. I come from the village of Shregon. I'm a member of the Yurok tribe and the executive director of the California Consortium for Urban Indian Health. Legacy work of Sakui has been to ensure that our American Indian Alaska Native people have access to traditional healers and natural helpers through the Indian healthcare delivery system. And some of that policy work has helped us to get a contract from the state of California and the Department of Public Health to ensure that these spaces, you all have access to traditional medicines, licensed clinical therapists at different points. So there will be people in the room and they'll introduce themselves and let you know that they're a natural helper here today to support you. We do have a survey out at the front table that we welcome you to take and give us feedback so that we can better support the council, better support these sessions, and ensure that folks feel safe in this room and after you leave if there are things that come up and you're needing access to services. We'll do our best to link you to those services. So thank you for having us.
Oh, yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is April McGill. I feel weird as well, having my back turned. I'm enrolled in Round Valley, so I'm Yuki, Little Lake, Wailaki, and I'm also a Mi'kmaq Wapo on my father's side, and my father's side is unfederally recognized, so I stand in solidarity with all of our other relatives who are trying to get recognition. My role at Sakui is Director of Community Partnerships and Projects. Like Virginia shared, we do a lot of work with traditional healers and trying to make sure that our community has access to traditional healing practices in our urban communities and that they are able to seek the healing that they need. I do a lot of work with MMIP We have our Red Women Rising project, and I brought a lot of those materials. Some of you may have seen some of those materials at the Capitol a few weeks ago, so we brought some of those materials that have resources with our partners. So please feel free to reach out. And so thank you to Christina and Loretta for allowing Sakui to be in this space, and to our relatives, Chairwoman Bill, and all of our relatives here at Chichansey. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Darlene Franco. And that's a great shirt too, I think.
Pre-colonize, yeah. We don't want to decolonize. We want to go back to the way it was. Hidit in Shishilawadao, Hoyoishnim Darlene Franco, not the Enyana Wukchamni, Nim Noam, Than Martha, Wilcox Tapalaris Metz, Yonim Chucha, Hoyos Beatrice Wilcox, Beatrice Francisco Wilcox. And so my name is Darlene Franco, and I said good morning. It's a good time to open your eyes, actually, is the translation. And I am from Visalia. I am from the Wukchumni people. My mother was Martha Wilcox Tapleris, and my grandmother, who I learned a lot from as a child, was Beatrice Francisco Wilcox. And so I descend from Wukchumni people, Yalemni, Tachi, Machahai. So there's a lot of blood that runs through my veins and through my children's. So I'm very happy to be here today. I am also the director of the Native Wellness Department at Fresno American Indian Health Project. And and then I'm also the chairperson of the Wukchumni tribe. And so right now we're doing a lot of things I talked about yesterday, a lot of things that we're doing with our tribe. And so hope to keep moving forward. Whether we're federally recognized or not, we are still our people from the land, and we still need to keep moving forward no matter what the political situation is. So thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Too good at turning it off. Thank you. I'd like to ask Delane Bill if he'd like to introduce himself. And if you could come up to the microphone, that would be.
Wukchumni is the Wilcox side. My grandmother, Table Mountain. Her father was Walupi Williams. My dad's father was Wayne Bill, and his father was Mosusis. And we were from Haslett Basin up to Vermilion Valley. That's our creation story. I come in a good way today. I work for Fresno American Health Project on cultural support for Fresno American Health Project with clients that are going through things. Maybe they have no way of speaking to people as far as their religion or their way of believing in things. So they seek out me, and we're kind of like in a neutral, because I suppose for those of you that practice your medicines and receive it, it's different than other people's ways and understanding of life or death. I know the subjects that are going to be spoken today is going to hurt. It hurt me yesterday, but it needs to be said. If you have those things in your heart or in your spirit, let it go. Don't carry it. Leave it here. And that's why I'm here for. If anybody wants any medicine, sage down, smudge down, fan down, just let me know, and I'll do that for you in a good way, and we'll leave it here and let Creator take care of it in a good way. So thank you, all my relations.
And now if we could have Crescentia Cruz introduce herself. And we have a mic up here.
Good morning, Taniku. My name is Crescencia Cruz, licensed marriage and family therapist. I'm from La Mixteca, Nu'usavi from Oaxaca. I worked with Fresno American Indian Health Project for a little under 3 years, but now I'm going to go do my own thing. I'm here to provide either someone for you to speak to. I also can do guided meditations or some EMDR resourcing techniques where you don't have to speak, to just kind of soothe the nervous system. I'm aware that some of the things that we'll be talking about may activate some of us, so I'm here to support in any way that I can. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. I think we'll need your direct line for the Office of Tribal Affairs. I'd now like to give everyone in the room the opportunity to introduce themselves. And what we'll do on this is we'll pass a mic because it's easier for the cameras that track you to do that. Did I miss someone? Okay, and we'll start over here. Actually, we'll start right here. And again, just 1 to 2 minutes. You'll have opportunity to provide testimonial later, but just want to, meet everybody and see who's with us today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Fagerstrom. I'm a native architect. My heritage on my dad's side is Inupiaq Eskimo from Western Alaska. And we'll do a session here in a little bit when we're done with introductions on the California Indian Heritage Center project. So thank you.
I'm Curtis Fentress. I'm an architect working with Brian on the Indian Heritage Center.
Good morning. Good morning. Wake up. I'm Lisa Jelliff. I work with, this is the design and outreach team, and I work with Brian at Amictulik, and I'm glad to be here and anxious to listen and learn and receive your feedback today. Thank you.
Thank you for having us here today. My name is Al Roberts. I'm with the design and outreach team for the California Indian Heritage Center as well.
I've already introduced myself, but I did want to take the time to thank some of our elders that I'm seeing out there today. Thank you for being here. We honor you today, and also some of our tribal members, so thank you for being here.
Darlene Franco.
Crescencia Cruz.
Manihu, my name is Tila Kip.
Hadet, my name is Deb Fierro, and Wakchumni. Good morning.
Hadet, Hoish Nim Cindy, Wakchumni, and thank you all for being here. And I'm glad to be here again. It's our day 2.
Good morning. My name is Ruth Tuplaris, and I'm Wakchumni.
Good morning. My name is Judith Weiss. I'm with Wakchumni. I'm excited to be here. Sorry I wasn't able to make it yesterday, but I look forward to listening to everybody's stories.
Good morning. My name is Susan Weiss. I'm an elder of the Wakchumni tribe and on council. And I'm just so happy to be here to my brothers and sisters from our local areas, because we have so many stories to tell and heartbreaking happiness. But as far as our tribe goes, we're trying to move on and do things our own way, because that's the only way we're going to be able to do it. So I appreciate everybody being here and offering whatever they have to offer us. So.
Hi, I'm Jason McCannell. I work at California State Parks as Special Assistant to the Director. I am the Director of the Digital Atlas of California Native Americans, which you can find on the Truth and Healing Council's website as a resource. I have also been appointed by Secretary Holland to the Advisory Committee on Reconciliation and Place Names, so very interested in the afternoon session today. Great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Baqueta. I am a Chukchansi tribal member. I'm Chukchansi on my mother's side, Choctaw on my father's side. And I want to thank council for the opportunity to be here, to listen, to learn. And I also, just kind of shaky, but I want to thank you for the truth and healing. I want to take away some good stuff today.
Hilly Hilly. My name is Joyce Burrell. I'm from this area, Picayune, Chukchansi. Happy to be here day 2. I'm happy to be learning the language from some of our language speakers. And I agree with Mark in his words that it's important for us to tell the stories. The state needs to really know what it's apologizing for, and they need to hear our stories.
Hilly Hilly. My name is Denise McCombs Escobar. I'm a Picayune Chukchansi member. Very interested in hearing all the stories that people can share today. Thank you.
Hilly Hilly Hoywish Nim Amber. Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Amber Esquivel. I am a tribal member as well with Picayune, and I also work at Fresno State as an outreach counselor for the Native American Initiative. And this is my mom. She forgot to say that, but this is my mom and my auntie over here too. So thank you.
Good morning, relatives. My name's Teddy Simon. I am a member of the Navajo Nation. I work for the ACLU of Northern California, but much more importantly, so buoyed and given so much hope this morning by hearing all of our native languages and people speaking and learning those. I didn't get to learn any of Dene Bazad until I was in my 30s in graduate school, hundreds of thousands of miles away from my family's ancestral homeland. So grateful and honored to be on that journey with so many people in this room. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Irma Hunter. I'm from the Tule River. This is my first time attending a Truth and Healing council meeting, quarterly council meeting, but I'm happy to be here and just want to see what's going on and what the discussion is all about.
Hiuk. My name is Marcia from Tule River. Irma and I are both elders from the area. And I'm grateful she brought me today. And I just want to listen and hear what others have to say and be supportive of everyone's feelings and what they're going through. But later on, I would like permission to make an announcement for a spiritual gathering that we're having on Tule River. And it's for water pourers, sweat leaders, and medicine people. Because for me, the healing begins with us, the water pourers, the medicine people, so that we can help others. And I understand your name is, Truth and Healing. And what better way to begin there is to help each other, support each other throughout California in coming together and helping our people in our traditional ways. Aho.
Hilly Hilly, my name is Casey Bill. I'm a tribal member of Chukchansi. And this is actually my first meeting also, and I just look forward to listening, learning, and healing with you all. Thank you.
Hello. I'm a lost native, and the reason why I say that is we probably all experienced it when we go to other people's communities, other native tribes' communities. For some reason, I always think native preference, but it's kind of sad when I come here to go eat or any other tribal casino, but I don't get native preference. Maybe that's just me, but why can't we all get native preference at a tribal casino? That just baffles me still. I was at the last meeting yesterday, and some of you I recognize from the last meeting, but like I said before yesterday, I am the land, the sky. We all can't be divided by these borders that were inherited and we continue to, play with or can play the American game, as I say, So we have to understand what is our real purpose. Our real purpose is, for what I feel and what I've been through, is getting together as a community and as one. And I'm not talking about powwows, okay? I don't dance, I don't sing, and people look at me and expect me to dance for them or to sing or do whatever, be that typical native. So why can't we get tribal discounts at other casinos or other tribal entities, just not tribal members? That's the start of the division that the investors or whoever's investing in your casino or any indigenous business, we have to think, because here we were all travelers, traveled across the great mountains, the Sierra Nevada mountains, back and forth. I journeyed on a Mona hike with the Mona Nation years ago, okay? So everybody was trading with each other, right? Everybody was sharing knowledge. That was the purpose of it. So when we get together and share this knowledge, it's just not cultural knowledge, it's business knowledge, okay? It's a way to understand American philosophy. But we're not sharing that business knowledge with our brothers and sisters around us. We experienced it. Major casinos or businesses experienced it and went through this. And why can't we share that with other tribes that are still struggling to build their own business? Think about that.
Good morning. My name is Terry Turner Hernandez. I'm also Chukchansi tribal elder, and I'm very happy to be here this morning and to hear the brother speak as he does. Very touching. We're all in this together, not just one tribe, not that tribe or that tribe over there, but all together. And I like the way he called us, brothers and sisters. And that's how I feel. We're all related because we all cry, we all hurt, we all smile. We're all in this together. Thank you.
And I just also want to follow up and say welcome to our aunties and uncles from out California or wherever you traveled from. Welcome here from your journey. This is our land right here. This is our grandparents' land and our dirt where we come from. So I'm really happy to have my mother here next to me today. My name is Coney Hector. Christian name is Hector. Nokomis, my Indian name when I was a youngster. As I got older, my great auntie, Norma Turner, gave me Coney, my grandfather's name, Coney Turner. So that's my name now. I go by Coney Hernandez. So just welcome here to Picayune. And may you all just keep goodness in your heart today and calm hearts and help you stay focused on what we're here today to do. Focus on that truth and that healing. So welcome, everyone.
Yosim Shoke. My name is David Alvarez. I'm from the Deer Clan up in Arizona, and I've been in these parts for quite some time. I'm pretty attached to these lands, although I'm not relatives from this area by blood. I nurtured my children here in this land, and they know no other relatives other than the relatives here. My son is in the PhD program due to the fact that these lands and the peoples here have nurtured my son here in this area. He is now one of your relatives in this way. When he graduated with his master's degrees, he went back to my land, and they offered him an opportunity to study there. And they offered him housing. They offered him many things. And he was in a meeting similar to this, and he stood up and he said, I will decline today. I will not accept this offer today in a good way, because when I graduate from the university over there and I'm working on my PhD program, I will go back to California and I will service my people there, meaning the people that have nurtured him, meaning all of you. And I thank all of you elders for being here and opening that opportunity for me and my family. Now my grandchildren are here. My grandchildren know no other land but this land. And they're your relatives in that way. And so I don't think that they could ever go back, my grandchildren, and live there where I come from, where I was birthed, where I was brought up in that village. That is my home. But my grandchildren and my children's home is this land. So now I have two lands. My primary home is where I come from, and this is my secondary home. The home to my children is here. The home to my grandchildren is here. So I'm here in a good way to support you. I've been here for quite some time, and I've been working with most of the spiritual leaders, Keith Turner and Delane Bill, and many other ones that are not here today. They're in the spirit world, but they're here with us. And I thank all of you for making that possible. And this land that we're talking about, this space, and I furthermore want to thank the women for being here. I'm honored to be in the presence of women. Where I come from, very seldom do we share this kind of space with women. And I'm honored to be in the presence of the women. I thank you for allowing me to share space with you in a good way. All my relations.
Good morning. My name is Carol Bill. I'm chairperson for Cold Springs Rancheria, and I want to thank Janet and the Chukchansi people for hosting this. This is my first meeting from coming here. I was unfortunately not able to make it yesterday. But I'm here to listen, to learn, and to, I guess, embrace what we've all experienced in one form or the other. We all have our own experiences, things that we've had to deal with, not just in our own life, our family, our communities. And so it's exciting to hear, the healing portion of what we experience. And, I just want to thank everybody for taking these steps. We're all going to have our own individual journeys when we go back home, go wherever we need to go, and start to think about that healing. What does that healing mean to us as individuals, and how do we heal from ourselves and then to our family, then to our community, then, together as a whole. And so thank everybody for being here.
I'm Colleen Sisk. I'm from Northern California, the Winnemem Wintu people. Florence Jones is my teacher and leader of the people for 68 years that we followed. And so all of our principles are laid down by an unbroken line of leadership. And so we're seeking justice. Our elders of that age sought justice for the entire state of California at that time during the California claims case. And that was a win for every California Indian here. And now we're all divided. There are privileged people and unprivileged people. Even out-of-state people get more assistance than the California Indians that have been here forever. That has to stop. We need to fix that. The elders who headed up the California claims case, you all have them. You all have those elders who fought for every person here to have something. And to have most of the California Indians here with nothing is shameful, even on us. We have to figure out how to fix that. And we have to do it quickly if we're going to have truth and healing and justice. And we're going to address those issues that are most hurtful and painful. And that we have no opportunity for higher education, for saving our languages, for, it goes on and on, the things that we're left out of. And so I just want to say, I stand for that. And even it's a sensitive issue, it's not too sensitive to continue leaving us out. It's too sensitive to include us. That's what we have to start. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Preston. I'm from the Winnemem Wintu tribe. This is my mother, Kelly Sisk, and my father is the late Victor Preston from Susanville Indian Rancheria, and I'm from Northern California in Shasta County. And I'm just here to learn and to show presence and to meet y'all. Thank you very much.
Hili hili, hoyosh nem shana, walpu, huyoko, nim khon bauniu, woji gutneo. Hello, my name is Shauna. I'm a member of Picayune Rancheria. I'm Chukchansi, and I'm also Southern Sierra Miwok. I'm happy to be here amongst all our elders and all of our neighboring people, our hate and our relations. I'm eager to hear what you all have to say, and I'm honored to be amongst you all and honor the ones that are gone before us. Oh.
Hilly Hilly, Hoyawishnim, Gina Alexander, and this is my daughter Shauna and my son Luke. I'm really excited to be here and to learn and listen, and I feel like moving forward, we can't move forward until we heal. So thank you all for letting me attend.
Hilly Hilly, my name is Jennifer Stanley. I'm a tribal member here at Picayune, Chukchansi. We're happy to have you guys here. I'm here to support our tribal council and our tribal leaders and our individual, our linguists that are here. Just happy and grateful that you guys can come to our lands and experience this. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Laverne Woodrow. I'm a member of the Waxahchie tribe, and it's a pleasure to be here to listen to the stories and learn and to meet a variety of people. And yeah, I just look forward to today. Thank you.
I'm Teresa Woodrow. I'm the wife of Ken Woodrow. I'm here to support him and his sisters.
Hello, I'm Ken Woodrow, tribal chair for the Waxahchie Indian tribe. I'm thanking the state for coming out here. It's something that the state should have been doing decades ago. I know there was a Truth and Healing before. It wasn't named that. They came out and did a census of what we need. It's pretty obvious what we need, you know. These areas are uncovered. We have no communication, state, federal level. You know, feds kick us out of our homelands. We can't gather our materials. You know, our spiritual leaders don't have it. You know, the hunters, I know them. I knew Phil. I knew Kea. I knew Mr. Bill, you know, the grandfather to quite a few of you, and uncle. It's been going on for a long time. You know, we need closure. We need to communicate to each other. I'm glad the Wakchumnis are here. I mean, very powerful women over there. So I know it's going to be 2025, but, you know, I've been on this for decades. And hopefully we'll get something to where we can work with. Like Kayleen said, Chief Kayleen is, you know, we do have paperwork. We have allotment lands. We have tribal doctrines. We have probates. We have allotment lands. We have our traditional gatherings. You know, we were part of Tohon. It was built for us, but we weren't members. We were part of Thule. It was built for us under the treaties of 51, 52. We also had a 56 treaty with the state of California, a peace treaty that we would no longer cause war. But apparently everybody seems to forget a treaty is a treaty. That's a government-to-government action, not a government-to-people action. But I'm just glad Chukchansi has this here. Thank you for your time.
I'm Glenda Woodrow. I'm Waxahchie, and has the young gentleman over there. I'm one of those old ones that don't know what's going on. And I'm free to admit it. I college educated, did my thing, still doing it, but I'm not educated in the Indian way. And I'm grateful that my parents took care of us, but we also missed a big part of actually who we really are.
Hilly Hilly. My name is Kathy Corey, and I look around this room and I know a lot of people in here. I have been here at many of these California Truth and Healing meetings. I try to make all of the ones online. And I've been to 2 of the in-person meetings. I'm here to say that we really need truth and healing, not only from the California state government, which the policies against us had a lot of influence on what is happening right now within our own tribes. So I'm saying that we need to not only look at the state of California and how that has impacted our tribes' lives, but we have to look internally within our tribes and see what we are doing to our own people. We're disappearing ourselves through tribal disenrollment. We're disappearing ourselves through non-recognition of our Indian people. We're disappearing ourselves from disenfranchisement from our peoples. We as Indian people and as California Indian people are better than that. We need to do better than that. We need truth, healing, and justice for all California Indian people, not just the federally recognized, but for those that have been unrecognized, disenfranchised, disenrolled, banished. All of our people need recognition throughout California, and we are equal. We've all suffered the same traumas throughout our history from what was done to us by laws and governments of the state of California. But now we're doing it to our own people from within, and it has to stop. I feel blessed to look around this building on my lands and see all of the people that I see today. And I know many of you have very similar concerns with what I'm speaking of. I'm here with love, I'm here with an open heart, and I'm here to see a change made to recognize and acknowledge all of our people instead of disappearing us, which was the plan from the beginning. Mitch Gaze, thank you, and blessings.
Good morning. My name is Ruben Rodriguez, and I'm honored to be here. Thank you very much.
Hili Hili, Hoyawushna, Marco Alcantar.
Thank you. Hi, I am Courtney Coyle. I'm an attorney in private practice from the San Diego area, which is the ancestral lands of the Kumeyaay people. I've been working with California Indians since 1998, when a culture committee first thought as a young lawyer that I'd be trainable, and I kind of stayed with it. So I very much appreciate you making space for me to be here, and I'm here as technical support to Council Member Carmen Lucas, Kwaimi Laguna. Thank you.
She's been very trainable.
Hauka in Chawai. My name is Angela Elliott Santos, and I'm the tribal chairwoman for the Manzanita tribe and also council member for the Truth and Healing Commission. And I just want to say to everyone, it's an honor to be here. This is my first in-person meeting. And as I said yesterday, I want everyone here to know that the council is hearing what you're saying. And these in-person meetings have been the best, because from Zoom land, it's hard for me to see and feel the emotions that go along with everything that we're hearing. And I also want to say that I can only see from my perspective until I sit in this room with you all and hear your perspectives. And then we can all stand together for what's right, because we all have been traumatized. We all have been dehumanized. And I guess I shouldn't say we have, because that dehumanization continues on. Whether you're recognized or whether you're not, we are an afterthought. Even though I do have the ability to consult, to me sometimes the consultations, they're not meaningful. We say that all the time. We want real, meaningful consultation. Sometimes as a chairperson, I tell people, well, I don't want to sit at the little kids' table at Thanksgiving. Can I have a real seat at the table? Because that's what it feels like. So these meetings, they're wonderful, they're beautiful. Thank you for having us here in your land. It's an honor to get to see other places. So I look forward to all the testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have a newcomer in the back or two? Okay, you can hide, it's fine. Well, thank you all. We're really happy to see you all here. Oh.
Hiyuk, hiyuk. Insisiyam, hoyoishnim trohel pananin. My name is Lalo Franco. So happy to be here and to see all the faces here and friends, old friends, new friends. I'm always happy to come up here to this part of our country. Years ago here, I lived here, with our elder Harold Hammond, and which passed away a few years ago, and his family. And it was a happy time in my life. Learned many things from Harold and from his family and from the Chukchansi people. Remember Gil Cordero and a friend of ours, her name was Wu Chi Hameline. And just always happy to be here. And I've always looked to our Chukchansi people because they've never been afraid to embrace their people. They've always embraced their people with openness and an open hand, we say. So again, Hutwima, and happy to be here. Thank you.
Well, thank you all again, and we look forward to hopefully an open discussion today where we can work through some real issues. Also, thank you to all of the staff and tech and the catering. This is just wonderful, so we really appreciate it. And you're already getting lots of props online for the camera work, so keep it up. I'd now like to introduce our first panel for today, and this will be an update on the California Indian Heritage Center and a community discussion. We've heard specifically from Councilmember Lucas that we'd like to hear some updates on what's happening with the center, how folks can get involved, what's happened since the time in 2007 when a strategic plan was made and some work was done. And so we've invited our partners, Fentress, and their partners, I'm not going to get the name right, Amaktulik, okay, I got it right, up to share a little bit about where things are at. And I'd like to invite up Kurt Fentress, founder of Fentress Architects, Al Roberts, principal of Fentress Architects, Brian Fagerstrom from Amaktulik Studios, and Lisa Jaleff. Okay. She'll say it right when she introduces herself from Amaktulik. Welcome.
We're trying to be highly trainable. Yeah, the jury's still out on that one. Good morning again, everyone. I'm Brian Fagerstrom, along with Kurt, Al, and Lisa. We're honored to present an update on the California Indian Heritage Center project. It's been 20 plus years in the making to this point. We were brought on board middle of last summer. And our first charge is to spend this year doing community outreach related to the project. We'll kind of walk through the overall plan. We'll give an update on the information that has been previously completed. we're going to ask you to have an extra break. So as you walked in, there's all kinds of information out in the front reception area. That is a small sample of the content that we will be asking community members to participate in at community events across the state. We started Monday, we're out at Sequan with CNIGA conference. We will conclude the events, at least tentatively right now, in November of this year. But there's generally 2 to 3 events per month in all different kinds of locations. So the presentation we're looking at is the presentation that we will use during all of the community events. So we want to make sure there is consistency of the content so that each meeting can be summarized and then ultimately compiled based on consistent information, so that one meeting doesn't have content A and another one has content B. I want to point out here there will be Native American participation within the design team and the outreach consistently through the project. That will be provided by myself, James Pepper Henry, who is Kaw and Muskogee from Oklahoma. He is currently the executive director of First Americans Museum in Oklahoma City. That is a very similar type of project and property to what the California Heritage Center may become. So he brings not only a Native perspective, but also the perspective of operating a facility. How does it make money? So that it does not need to be subsidized every year from an operational perspective. California, some of you may be familiar with Dennis Hendricks. He is the former chairman of Tuolumne Banamiwak from Central California. So he is functioning in a role that we're calling tribal liaison. So his relationships of being involved in California and national Indian country for 40 plus years, helping us get support from tribal leadership, getting us in front of the people that can help coordinate the event. So, all right, so why have we gathered? The main purpose of the outreach process, as one of the task force members said late last year, is it's time for the Native community to speak. There has been outreach completed over the past 2 to 3 years. Those events were generally in urban areas. The difference now is that we are charged with going out into the Native communities, tribal properties, rural areas, urban areas, and everywhere in between to provide opportunities for people to participate, provide the opportunity for people to follow the project. This whole process is set up so that we're going to listen first, and then when the design restarts next year, all of this input will serve as the basis for how the design responds, the architecture, the site planning, the types of activities that the facility will provide ultimately. So all this information will culminate in what we're calling the cultural findings report. So that report will compile and summarize each individual event and then come to some conclusions that will be recommended to the task force for the Heritage Center project later this year and the first part of next year. So, all right, so the map, and you'll see this in the materials out in front, but this map was generated from existing statewide tribal organizations, tribal communication methods. We're not reinventing the wheel here. We're trying to, build upon work that's been done. How do tribes and organizations communicate, over the past decades, so we can build on that. In general, there's about 20 events across the state. About 2/3 of those will be hosted by a tribal community. The idea is that those events would be multi-tribal, so wherever the host location is, invitations will be sent to the neighboring tribes, whether it's recognized or unrecognized tribes, to have people come participate. The diversity that it is statewide, that will be rural locations, urban locations, and locations in between. There's kind of 2 categories, so like this type of event, We're calling a piggybacking opportunity. So where people are already gathering for a Native activity, a Native conference, or another Native organization. So we're, in fact, for Truth and Healing, we'll be at all 4 of this year's quarterly events. So the Lake Tahoe quarterly meeting in April, Central California in July, and then the November meeting down in San Diego. So again, trying to provide a variety of opportunities as we work our way through this year. We are still actively seeking tribes to host events. We're keeping an open mind to some of these events, even though we might think we're going to go there in June or July or August. We have an open mind that those things may change as we go through the year. So there, one of our first steps was to brand this outreach process. So there was a group of 7 California Native American artists, and you can see their names on the slide here and their tribal affiliation, that came together, and the discussion was centered around what are some of the common things that all tribes in California share. So we talked about baskets, we talked about song, we talked about drums, but ultimately the acorn was selected as the common element from which all tribes share. So the artwork for the logo is based on the 8 different types of acorns, the respective leaves that are associated with those species of acorns. But in the center is the circle and the diamond shape. And to the artists, that was representative of community, of gathering, of coming together. And then if you sort of follow the white space from inside of the circle, that space flows all the way out to the world and then back. So there's an incredible story. We have some cards out in the front that will tell this in more detail, but we wanted to make sure we quoted Mia Marufo. She is one of the lead artists, but she said in one of the meetings, all our acorns are as unique as our traditions, and our traditions are as unique as our acorns. So with that, trying to build on that, that there is meaning to all this, very similar to what the Truth and Healing Council is doing over the next several years. We're just doing it for a specific project. But that project ultimately is intended to represent all California Native Americans. So it's an incredible opportunity, and we hope everyone can participate. So Al, do you want to kind of walk through some of that?
Yeah, sure. So as Brian mentioned, this project has really been going on for several decades. The concept, the development, and we want to make sure that we recognize the work that's been done to date. That we know this was the statement that was developed by the California Indian Heritage Center some time ago. I don't know that I need to read through it. I think we can just look at it. But and then the vision statement was developed by the prior work that was done. We were invited to be part of this team, part of this process a year ago or so. And so we want to make sure we acknowledge who's been involved in this. There's the current task force members here. Brian, go ahead. And then here's where we are currently in the process. Did you want to? In the design process. So we're going through the visioning and planning right now. Oh. So do you want me to read the? Okay, I'm not sure I'm going to get all these names right, so you might have to help me.
Yeah, so just wanted to make sure that the folks on the Zoom could see. I know it's a bit blurry, but the task force was established through executive order under Governor Brown. It was one of his last executive orders to create a task force that would oversee the entire project. So Fentress was actually brought on after this task force vetted through over several months, several different firms to see what might be most appropriate. Their work on the First Americans Museum in Oklahoma that captures all of the diverse tribes in Oklahoma in a way that feels respectful was ultimately what led them to that decision. I think the task force members can speak for themselves on that, and we'd welcome you to reach out to them specifically. But under the executive order, the task force includes the Tribal Affairs Secretary and then former Chairman Tilford Denver from Bishop Paiute, Chairperson Karina Gold from Confederated Villages of Lishan, Chairperson Reed Milanovich from Agua Caliente, Chairperson Pinto from Hamul, Chairperson Roberts from Yochadihi, Vice Chair Laurel Ross from Grayton, Shirley Laus from Trinidad, Nikia Zavala from Santa Ynez, Richard West from the Autry Museum, Larry Myers from the California Indian Heritage Center Foundation, Wade Crowfoot from the California Natural Resources Agency, and Director Quintero from State Parks. So just wanted to read that so folks could hear that as well.
Thank you, Christina. So we are currently in the process of starting to gather information. In the previous research, there was some concepts that were developed over the last 20 years on what this space might be. So we're going through the process of validating that. And we want to hear from all of you, and as Brian said, we have 20 different sites around the state so that we can get as much input as possible to figure out what's the best use of this site for the Native American people. So it's respectful and representative of what your needs are. So we're in the outreach component right now. As Brian mentioned, we have some stuff outside that we'd like all of you to participate in. So you're going to get up and stretch your legs here in a bit. This is where the site is if you don't know. It's in Sacramento at the confluence of the Sacramento and American River. Out in the lobby, there is a 3D model of the existing site, so you can see how the river flows, comes into it. Obviously, a very powerful site. The breakup of the site, so access to the site, we've done a few components here that'll tell you how to get to the site. There's some, these are the current activities on the site and what it might be. We don't know what it might be. We're here with you to figure out what it might be. If you haven't been to the site, it is available for you to go out and take a look at if you get in that area. There's some photographs on the right-hand side here looking out at the Sacramento River across to where the American flows in. There's a vision. The next image there is a walk south along the side of the site, the river side of the site. Then and 3 is looking back towards where we think that the best site for building might be, but we need to look at that. And then the 4th image is looking back out at the river beyond that hill. What we've indicated here is the different ecosystems that currently exist on the site. We want to work with you to make sure find what how we want to develop that, and we have other team members that aren't here today that'll work with us on integration of the land to the building, to the site, and how it's being utilized. This slide demonstrates that the site is occasionally prone to flooding, and so we need to be very cognizant of how we develop the site to protect the buildings, to understand that it is a seasonal activities might occur there. How do we landscape this? What kind of plantings do we use? How do we integrate with the understanding that as a natural site, it's a great site, but there's some impacts to the natural cycle of the rains and the water that we will have to integrate. In order to address that, we feel that there may be a need to recontour some of the site to generate higher ground. We're going to need to understand what the impact of that is, how we utilize that site best. We did, as Brian mentioned, there have been several early concept documents that have been developed. We have copies of them out in the lobby area that you can look through. The copies of this, I believe, are on the website. So when you scan the QR code, you can get to the website. You can go to the website. If you don't have access to the internet and you need a hard copy of it, let us know. We'll take care of it. All right, so go ahead.
All right, sorry. Before we, so these are what we're calling idea stations. So these are all participatory activities. So we'll do some of these out in the reception area in a couple minutes, but I want to kind of pause here and see if there's any questions about sort of any big picture topics, overall schedule, anything that people may have immediately.
Sorry, but I have to ask this question. This has been going on for decades. Do you have a timeline when we're going to break ground? When can some old forts like me see something really happening?
There is a general timeline, yes. 23 is focused on the outreach. There will be a separate fundraising campaign that will start, which is really not in our scope of work or our purview, but so if you kind of run those two tasks out through the end of this year, the next level of design could start early 24. It's going to take about a year to design it, and then depending on what happens with fundraising, you know, is it the 100 million that the state has allocated? Is it that plus another 100, that plus 50, that plus 25? That will have a big impact on how much of the site and how much of the building is constructed in phase one. So one of our idea stations is focused on what do people think should be built first, what types of things could be built later. So there's some general durations, but until the fundraising is complete, or at least down the road, so we have a better idea of what we're working with in terms of a budget, it's hard to commit to a groundbreaking.
So to clarify, part of what we're trying to do with the idea stations is getting you all to prioritize about, if we just had this much, what would you do first? And ideally, the design is, you know, fractionated so that you have, with this much, we can do this much, and we're going to prioritize it based on what you've all said is the priority. If we get this much, this is what we can build that's bigger than that, and basically giving you all options as to, you know, kind of a phased build, so that we're not sitting on this for another 20, 30, 40 years.
Pardon me, but I'm sorry, I have to be outspoken on this. But, you know, I know my tax dollars have gone to some of this history here. And there's been this illusion that we're going to have this wonderful gathering area for the California Indians. So I'm not part of the intellect. I'm just a kid who grew up in the dirt. But I'd really like to see this happen in my lifetime. I just, you know, I get almost emotional over it. I probably will never be able to visit it because I live in San Diego. This is in Sacramento. There's more lost land up here for our California Indians than probably the southern part of the state. I don't know that for sure, but coming to all these meetings. I get that sense. So I think the state of California and the taxpayers really have an obligation to accelerate this. And I'm troubled when I hear that you have to do more fundraising, because I know there's already been millions of dollars expended on this. So how much more, particularly with the inflation and all of this? So I think, maybe the council can get after the state of California. I don't care how much it costs. Give us the money. Let us get this done. We owe this to our ancestors. Then I'd like to see a great big library there. I've been asking elders since I became a council member here, please write your stories, good, bad, or indifferent. Those Indians have yet to be born have a right to know what your story is. That won't happen unless we document it. That won't happen unless we have a home for it. So I'm sorry to get on this what do you ever call that box?
Soapbox.
Yeah, see, I was educated in California. I sat in the back of the classroom with last year's book, and I played with the boys. My dad always says, you went to school to eat your lunch and play with the boys. I did. So anyway, thank you for that.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I appreciate you gentlemen taking the lead in this plan here. A lot of plans here in California. We hear a lot of good things, especially in Native American country, and we just don't see the follow through. So forgive us if we don't feel that fire yet. We want to feel that fire from the top, though. From you guys is most important. At leadership, to understand where we're going and how we're going to get there. That's the most important part of your job, is to make sure that you instill that sort of that dedication, and we could feel it. Right now, I'm not feeling it in regards to your demonstration right now, so I hopefully in a couple more months we'll have a better grasp on what we want to see. But it's all about unity. If we realize why a lot of things don't follow through, it's oftentimes due to politics. California is one of the most political states, and so when we have a transition and we don't have people working at the top and getting along in Washington or Sacramento, the poor people are affected by it. The poor saying the people, the everyday people like ourselves. So with a goal and a dream like a carrot holding over our head of a museum for the Indian people is a great thing. But it's not worth anything unless you guys could get along at the top and we could hold the top together. That means Washington, that means Sacramento, and as long as they're not getting along, it's hard to complete anything. So you see the high-speed rail, and you see where it's at now here in Madera County in California. It's sort of like a $1 million monument now. That's not finished and incomplete. Now, we don't want to give that to our Indian people. We want to have a plan to begin with of unity. So if we're not united here in California, the North, Central California, Southern California, this whole idea of creating a museum to represent our people past, present, and future is futile in regards to a dream or a hope that we want to achieve. That fire, that spirit that we want to rekindle again, there's really no going back to where we came from. And we all know that you can't go back yesterday and change anything yesterday. We can only move forward. And so everybody wants to hold on to where they prospered in history, oftentimes as a tribe. Our tribe did this, our tribe held that. We hold this territory, we hold that territory. It's not about holding territories or power. Being Indian is letting that energy flow. So when you find that energy, when you get to the top, it's about reaching down and picking up your other people, whether it's education or experience. It's light. It's bringing the light into a dark area. being uneducated or not having a good, clear understanding of what took place or why we're here today, of what we're talking about in truth today, and what does that have to do with the museum in regards to truth and unity. So if we're not getting along because of political differences in California, we have to learn to teach our people that it's not about being red. It's not about being black. It's not about being white. Look at the colors that represent our people. Those are all colors there. So anytime we're just focusing on our people, Indian people, our stories, then we're failing to get to why we came in here. For freedom. We're not pigeons. We're not chickens. We're eagles. We're eagles. Remember that. That we fly high when we get stressed out, when we get trouble. So what happens is now we get a bunch of leaders in here with the looks on their face that we don't know where we're going again. We're blind and we don't know what we're going to share with people because we don't know where to start because no one's happy with themselves. So we're so easy and so quick to look over the fence and try to help everyone else fix their problems. But we don't want to help fix our own problems or our own comfort of why we're comfortable in our own skin, our white skin or our white hair or our pale faces. It's not about that. It's about looking in your heart and finding out the answers there. Because it's all about the Creator. How do we get people to draw closer to want to learn about the Creator? When people come to work in Indian country, whether it's working for the casino, they think they're going to get a piece of Indian culture. And what are we getting now? Greed. What are we sharing with them? Power, how to gain power, how to get into a seat of council and never leave it, stay council for 10 years. That's not good for our own families. That's not good for our people to hold that power like that, to think that we need to be in council to make a difference. We want to make this museum like we're doing here. This is good because we're hearing the voices of our people, which oftentimes we don't take the time to listen to. I asked people when I was on council, do you want to kick a walk on my land? You want to get your shoes dirty, Mr. Governor? They didn't want to get out of the truck to walk on my land, to walk on the dirt. And that's what's part of being Indian is. I had to take my shoes off when I came home to learn how to be Indian. I had to walk my own water. My mother taught me that. She was walking her water up the hill from the creek because she had no water for 2 years. So we came back here in 2000. And now we're going to lead into our stories a little bit, and I don't want it to go there. But that's all part of our museum is truth. People come back here to hear the truth. We go to school to hear the truth. Now, if we can't start sharing the truth in our own tribes, at our own homes, but yet here we're going to go to Sacramento and present a fictitious truth to the people in the world where they're going to travel from China, Europe to come here to see us. We want to be authentic as possible and real. That means we have to get down to the dirt and the mud again of where we come from. And that means taking your shoes off, council people, politicians. That means when someone asks you to take a walk on their land, you do it with respect and you do it with love. Because that's where you come from. Don't be afraid. The dirt comes off and dust it off. We take a shower. We cut our hair. It grows back. That's what about being Indian is. See, we're holding on to all these things that are invaluable to our people. Why are we holding them? What are we fighting for? If it's not your heart, the most important thing in your blood. I came back here to talk to my elders when I came back here 20 years ago. The elders told me they don't want to hear my truth. They don't want to know my truth because it didn't line up with theirs. The state of California's truth that gave the rights back when they came back into, when a lot of Indians were homeless. And so when a lot of the politicians, when 1930 happened, and a lot of the politicians were in Sacramento, and their wives had nothing to do, they felt sorry for the homeless Indians, and they wanted to fix it. And so their idea of fixing it was to create these allotment lands. And so they created allotment lands, but then they assimilated them. And so their own problem, they didn't like it because we were moving forward. Okay, give us whatever we got as Indians, and we'll take it. We'll take the scraps, and we'll make something of it. But every time we had something to make something of it, they took it away again. And they said, okay, now here, these Indians here don't have a home no more. And so we want to give them, we want to take the ones who have rights to the land and take them off their land now and we don't want them to have any rights to their land anymore because we want to start over again. And so they gave everyone, the Reassimilation Act and the Reaffirmation Act, and they tried to bring all the tribes back together again. Now we have all these folds, like these assets, our people are assets, that we're getting caught in between those folds because we're so ready to move forward with the majority, the democracy, but we have Indians now, we're like, okay, you're getting left behind. Now these are our MMIW Indians that are getting left behind. These are the ones that are the Indians, the Native Americans oftentimes. These are the ones who are with their culture, but are not moving ahead fast enough, not keeping up with the system. Maybe they lost a mom, maybe they lost a grandma, maybe they got touched, raped, so they don't get the needs they need to take the time to bring them forward. So we go with the majority. That's how we become non-Indian, because we don't leave no one behind. Where do you think the military got that from? They got that from our people. We don't leave nobody behind. So when we moved, Brother talked about moving and being nomadic. We made sure grandma could move. We never moved without grandma and grandpa. If they couldn't move back in the day, we didn't move the camp. We stayed right there with them. Only until we were pressured to have to move when we had cavalry chasing us, then grandma and uncles got left behind. Then they said, you leave me behind. It's better for the people, the majority go ahead. But we never had that here. So if we want to go back, let's go back, way back. Back before we were threatened, back before greed, back before jealousy. Now let's go back to be Indian and talking about creating a museum of what we want in there. What kind of colors do we want? What do we want in the feeling when you come to that door? What kind of light do you want in there when it travels through? How could we incorporate our ancient past sites? Choctaw, I did a lot of research in regards to rocks and appreciation of rocks and getting them back into where they belong at, because over time people have moved these rocks out of the areas where they're supposed to be. They think they're just rocks, and so then they put them in their front yard because they own a construction site or they own a sand and gravel site, and they move these rocks out. And so I've been through this before with my own tribe, that they don't want to move a certain rock back that has a centrifugal design on it that starts to describe of our doctors in a certain area. We think that scientists want to push us further ahead, that we were out there in space. We didn't have a spaceship to go to space. But here we are in science now, and science wants to push us into space. The most important part you can understand is right here between your two ears. It's called your brain, and how that works with your heart. And when you understand that, you don't need to go to space, because you understand where you are here on Earth is where you're supposed to be. You're not supposed to be in space. If we were supposed to be on the moon, don't you think we'd be there? Don't you think the Creator is that He's not imperfect, or she's not that imperfect? Look at you, how beautiful you are. Are you growing a third arm out of your back because you need an arm to help wipe your butt? No. You're created the way you're intended to be created. You're here on the earth because you're intended to be here. You go through struggles because you're meant to learn about your heart. Because until you learn how to hold that struggle, that's your struggle. The Creator's not going to take it away from you until you learn how to hold it with dignity. That's part of your struggle. We may not be Jesus Christ. We may not be like their religion, but we share something in common. It's called suffering and sacrifice. And that's what we're doing today, is we're sacrificing each other's time because we're not taking the time to get to know our own struggles. Now when we get to know that, people will know why they're here with us again. Because we know where we're going, we know where we're from, and we're proud of it, our struggles. We're proud of who we are in regards to helping each other, actually looking back and taking the time to bring a brother back up, to take the time to listen to a brother in a wheelchair. Because I'm the victim. I'm a victim here. And it's funny because I'm not missing. But I would be missing if I was a woman, I bet. But that's why I'm here now, is because I don't believe myself to be Chukchansi. I don't see power in Chukchansi. I don't see energy in Chukchansi. I see energy in being human. And if we could relate our people back to being human again, with no color, and wanting to help everybody out, then we could be Indian again. Then we could be Native American again. But we're failing to realize why we have yellow, black, white, and red on our flags. And we're jumping back into our own colors. We're being pushed into thinking like a white man, thinking like a European, a Westerner, due to the education that we have to force to go through to get recognized here. A degree in their education system, which is teaching you to forget about your heart. Think about yourself. To get your diploma, you have to be selfish. You have to be selfish in the world. That we were never taught that. So why is it still a struggle to be Native American today? Why do I got to grow at the end of the day and be comfortable to go to sleep, but I wake up further behind than I felt yesterday? Every day I feel this way. Because it's not about being Native American, it's about money. It's about the interest of power at the top. How do I get to the top as council member? How do I become president? It's taking us further away from where we came in the door at. When you go to the sweat lodge, you're going in the wrong direction. We're going in the wrong direction when we come here. So how do we get them going in the same direction? Our people, all our people of California. Then we get people motivated to want to come and help us and work with the whole heart, because now they're getting something back. They're being satisfied because now they come to work for a casino and there's energy being transmitted through us all. We're happy to be here, whether I'm black, whether I'm white, red, I belong here. And that's what it's about, is teaching everybody that they're safe and they belong no matter where you're at, in Northern California, Southern California, anywhere in the world. So that's all I gotta say about that museum. It should be continuously with our art, with our vision, and it will flow from the Creator. But if you're not working with the Creator directly, each of us, that's for each of us to do. No one can tell you that. No one can force you to go to a NEP and sweat. No one can teach you to go and pray. That's for you to say every day. That's for you to get there every day. But you get people with respect that line of why they're here, because you want to know your heart, you want to know your mind, you want to know where your feet are going, where they're taking you. As long as it's in the same line with your spirit's going to pull your body forward. The spirit here is going to pull this vision forward. It's the only thing that makes things work is through the Creator. So that's what I just wanted to say, that's how things have always worked. When we became Chukchansi, we were not just this little area here. We were from the Sierra Nevada mountains all the way down to Choinumni, all the way down to San Diego, all the way down to Pacific Ocean, all the way over to the ocean in Pacifica. We didn't have where no one said, Chukchansi, you got to check in here with me first before you come through here. We didn't have that. I was not born with that. I was born with I'm an Eagle, I'm Buffalo Clan, and I tell them that, and that's all I got to say wherever I go. Anywhere in the world, Japan, Ireland, Scotland, anywhere I go, England, I don't need to say anything else. That's all I say. That's my credit card. So how do we get back there to respect that credit card, that individual, that culture? It's not about power. It's not about Democrat. So we got to get them to lead from us to show them that they're not going to control us in Washington with our visions, with our money. When someone asks me for money, I say we're going to start doing some car washes because we're going to start doing some baking. And everyone looks at me like, what are you talking about? You got to want it. You got to desire it every day when you wake up. You got to hunger for it. You got to need it. Otherwise, like Auntie says over here, it's going to be another high-speed rail. So we don't want that. And I think the stages of building this is a great idea, so we don't have it incomplete in the meantime. It's stages, it's like steps. So if we're going to only get a certain amount of money, let's work within our means. Let's not have a dream. Let's have this big old dream here where it's going to be huge, but you don't own it for 20 years. No, we want to make it our personal grassroots because that's going to bring ownership in California. It's going to be a different kind of healing. It's not going to be do as I say, not as I do. So that's all I got to say.
Thanks for sharing. It's very insightful. I just want to ask the group here that's planning this whole thing that are you consulting with the local tribes there? Are they on the team?
Absolutely, yes.
And who are they?
So in March, we're trying to get events at United Auburn and Susanville. April is Tuolumne. I mean, I don't have them all reckoned.
Yeah, I'm talking about the local tribe who live there. It would be Miwoks. It would be like Ione and Wilton and Shingle Springs. That would be right, because that's a confluence. And on the confluences, there's spirit beings there that maybe that's what this is all hold up about. And that has to be resolved some way. If they're going to share this confluence with the world, then that has to be set in place to do it the right way. And there are, all along the Sacramento River are huge village sites and huge dance places, and they're going to be sacrificed for this development. And so there has to be some gathering of those folks. I think they're calling you. But I just want to say that, the power and the confluences can't be overlooked in doing these kind of developments. And if it is going to be, then the local people who built those fires there should come together and build that fire there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you, Chief Sisk, for saying that, because that's something that we all have been taught, that when we build on those places where we know so many ceremonies and our people have, anyway, it's emotional what you just said, because it's something that we haven't thought of. And I would like to ask Christina and everyone else, before we go any farther, can we have ceremony there? Can you consult with those tribes? How can we all support the ceremony for that area? Because I do believe it does need that. And that goes along with what I was going to ask. Did I understand that you're going to have 20 meetings with tribes, but they're going to be scheduled at other meetings? Like Sinaiga or here, or they're going to be standalone? You're going to be at someone else's meeting, or you're going to have a meeting? Because that was going to be my question, is where's there one big meeting about this project where we invite all the tribes and all the people and all the tipai, all the humans that have something to say about this, and have one meeting dedicated to just this, not where you present this at just Sinaiga and everybody's running around and they have other things on their plate working on, and they're not focusing on this. That's not fair to this project. It's not fair to the land that we're talking about and what's on it already and what we need to do. So I think that's what you're hearing. We need to take a step back and look at this from a native perspective or from, like I only know, we're Tipai, and that means human. So we need to take all our people, look at this, and make one special meeting just for this, and then please do consult with all those people that is their land.
Is this on? No. Yes, okay. Where there was a very preliminary blessing of the site from Marshall McKay's son a few years ago, just to make sure that at the outset that the energy and everything was in the right way. As with all development projects, this will go through the AB 52 process, and so there will be larger scale confidential consultation with the tribes that have ancestral territories in the area. But again, I think that's such a great point, and would want to do bigger community gatherings around that as appropriate with the tribes in the area. And then I'll leave it to you all to explain kind of the outreach process of it.
Yes. So, any of those people here today, those tribes that we're talking about on their land, on their museum being built, no one's here from their tribes today? So you're representing what they're talking about and you're bringing it to us? Is that what I'm hearing? To me, it's like a sales pitch. Does really our input, our voice, have any concern of what they already got in plan? They already, they're gonna go ahead and do what they're gonna do. What are they asking? Blessings or permission from all different tribes throughout California? And I'm not, for one, going to be going to Sacramento to dig some roots when we have to build up dirt and make it safe and scatter the bones out wherever they may be and replant everything so I can go gather it. We have that right here also. We got San Joaquin, we got Kings River. We have all this valley that we don't have no access to. We don't have no big museum around here for our people in the Central Valley. And yet we have most of the tribes here. So I don't know why would you even talk about these people without their presence? And I know you don't want all the questions that we have for you because seems like you don't have the answers. So, this is what we was talking about yesterday. I guess it's just data, like you said yesterday. You're gathering data, how many people want it, how many people don't. And it really doesn't matter what we say. I mean, I, for one, I wouldn't even touch the dirt. I leave Mother Earth alone. I let that water run as free as it can, but even though it's been diverted so many times, they don't know where to go. And that's why, for some reason, they stick you there and say, okay, you can develop it, but you got to take care of it, and you got to redirect the water again and make sure it doesn't flood you out, and then you can start building again and start planning, and I'm sure there's better areas than that. And here we are, we're just getting placed where the seas fit. That's how I see it. It doesn't make no sense. Thank you.
Oh, I was listening, but I wasn't listening with my ears. I don't hear very well. When I use these, I get very selective hearing. When I owe you money and you want it, I kind of don't hear very well. But when you owe me money, I can hear when you don't pay me, and hey, you told me this day. But so right now I'm hearing my heart. I'm seeing with my heart, and I'm feeling with my heart. What the brother said here is that we have to look at these things from here, not from here. All this intellect. I talked to my son, and we talked about this education at the university yesterday. And I told my son, I know that you're going out there and you're going to do this education thing, and I know that you're working on this PhD. But the most important thing that I want you to do when you step out of my house and you go into that school, that's not our school, that's this white man's school. It's important for you to continuously understand that you're leaving us, our elders, our people, our ways to go learn something good, something different. Be very careful of that. So the best thing that I can tell you when you go to that school is that I prefer you to get a degree, and the ones that we all have, these elders have had, the elders that birthed me, the elders that raised me, they have a significant degree that I have never seen anywhere in the world. And I've traveled around the world, I've traveled in different states, and I've never seen the degree that was so important to me that I also adopted it to some way. And they said, that degree is zero tolerance to bullshit degree. And I said, that's the degree I want you to have. Before you come back with the master's degree, take that degree first. Master that degree and then come back and talk to me, David. So when he came and he says, Daddy, I got my master's degree. And I said, what about the other degree? He goes, I'm working on that still. And he says, but I'm still going to go there and get my PhD. I said, well, then you're going to be needing a whole lot of work on that other degree. So be very careful, David. So this is what I told my son. And he says, Daddy, he says, Dad, when I talk to you, why can't you just be an Indian for the day? I mean, how come you can't stop being an Indian for one day? And I don't want to offend anybody here, but I told my son, David, are you a boy or a girl? He goes, I'm a boy. I said, you wear a dress, high heels, and I'll go get him for you at the Victoria's Secret for one day, and I'll stop being an Indian for one day. And he goes, I got your point, Daddy. I got your point. And so my point is today, as I was listening, I said, you know, I'm a foreigner. I'm a foreigner, but I'm not foreigner being native. Like my brother said, I'm not foreigner being a human, like my brother said. Although I come from a different area, demographically. But I come from a place where we have 15 villages. And in that village, what happens in that village, these elders will go there, or they'll talk to each other. What my brother said right now, I would like to feel and see the spirit of our elders or our people that are on that land here today. I would like to feel their heart, how they feel about this museum. You know, at one time or the other, they thought I was a museum because they said, you got a song, you got to dance. And I remember somebody says, are you a real Indian? And I said, are you a real white guy? Because he had blue eyes and blonde hair. And he says, oh, if I didn't know you were kind of insulted me. I said, well, it goes both ways, partner. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Not the crack pipe, but the peace pipe. Make peace with that, I told him like that. And I'm not a comedian. I'm just like he said, I'm just his Indian. And then I went into a classroom one time and I said, how are you all doing today? And everybody starts laughing, you know. So let's laugh. Let's laugh it all off. Let's do what it is. Let's get serious about this. I would like to speak to one of these elders that's from that land. I'd like to feel him, touch him from right here, right now. If it's important for them, they should be here. I know it's important for me to talk to my people, so I go to every village sometimes where I come from. In one of my villages that you go to, they speak numerous languages there. But when you go there, they prefer you to speak my language. And I speak several languages too. And one time somebody said, my daughter told me one day, Daddy, you speak lots of languages. I said, yeah. And I said, you speak languages too? She goes, no, I only speak this language. I said, no. And I said, remember that time we were in that little town and those guys were saying hi, and you told me, Daddy, you got a lot of friends in this town. I said, why? Because everybody says hi when we're driving. She said they were saying hi. They weren't saying hi. You know, I'm a bad driver. I'm that guy that nobody wants on the road. They weren't saying hello. They knew the international language. So she knows that international language. So if you see a guy don't put their brakes and turns everywhere else, say hello to me. I'm used to it. So today you can say hi to me too. And I'm used to it. And then my son says, Daha, they didn't say hi to Daddy, they did the middle finger. And goes, what does that mean? She knows now what that means. She has Down syndrome. She's pretty sharp. So what we're saying here is that I don't want somebody to say hi to me. When they come here, they're not telling me hi in a different way. They're telling me meaningful, I love you, I want you to hear my story. I've come to tell you about my story, what's going to happen in my land. My brother has some good talk about what are they doing on this land. It may be a good thing. I know all the lands that I go to where we do all ceremonies from my tribe, there is no concrete whatsoever. There is no concrete. And many people come and share our land, and we talk and we do things there. Why do we necessarily need to have all this? We're looking at numbers, big numbers, big numbers. Numbers, figured numbers, like in the millions. Is that what it was, in the millions or in the thousands or in the hundreds? You talking Franklins? What do they call that?
100 million plus.
And what kind of figure is on the million? Because I know how far do they go on the Franklins, the Washingtons, and then the millions. What kind of number is that? I mean, what kind of bill is that? Is that the Trump bill? Because I know he tried to come through our land, and we told him, don't do that, because you're going to mess up things, like the elder said over here. We can't have that over here. And he did put that land through there. He didn't even attempt it over there. He met with some resistance. And some of us, we hit this thing in the nail. Somebody talked to me yesterday over there at that school. I learned something at that school. I mentioned to them yesterday, and I said, whenever I go to these conferences or I talk to these individuals, they always told me, take two things from there, only two things. One, something that you significantly didn't know nothing about, but it hit your heart, and you're going to take that and give it to your children. Only one thing. You never heard it before, and you heard it in them rooms. The second thing, take something that you never knew, you kind of knew, sort of knew, but wasn't too sure what it was, but you're going to know now. So those two things I'm going to take, but I won't share them to you. I will take it to my grave, but I will work with it. I learned something here today so far, something that I will take to my grave, and something that I kind of knew, sort of knew, that I would take to my grave also. And so, but I will share it along my journey with people, little at a time, because it's a whole volume of one thing that I took. So, but I will share that. I will share that my heart is very wounded. It's very hurt because I can't speak to the elder. I spoke to other elders. I spoke to many people here today, and it makes me feel very good when I talk to you and you share this information. But it's information that we're sharing about somebody else's homeland. How you feel about that. But I'm not talking to who I need to be talking to. I can talk to all of you, and I can talk to these folks. Are you folks from there? Do you live on that land? But you're involved with that program. Correct. And I would like to know, how many nights have you slept there? How many nights did you fast on that land so you can do something to that project? You know, that kind of thing like that. I fasted up on these lands. I sacrificed on these lands. And it's not my land, but because the doors were open for me here, I need to protect that land that way. This land is not the land where I was raised, but this the land is where I have done ceremonies. My son last night, he says, Daddy, when you go there tomorrow, let them know that this higher education that I'm doing is for my people of California. I'm their adopted son. Tell my uncles and my aunties and all my relatives there that I'm thankful for what they've done for me in California, although I'm not native. I'm not a human being from their bloodline. Their heart is my heart, not my heart is their heart. So all this education is for me to help them in California. Tell them that. This is how sincere, how strong I feel about when we connect with each other. When you offer me the opportunity to be here, I will have a voice for you. I will be here till the end, like they say, until the wheels fall off, you know. And I say again, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Not the crap pipe, but the peace pipe. Oh.
Good morning. My name is Carol. I'm the chairperson for Cold Springs Rancheria. Listening to your opening, it's a little concerning because you're talking about a project that has a lot of money, that the state's saying, okay, this is what we're going to give back after they took so much, and we're supposed to be so thankful for that. But I hope that you take everything that everyone has said to heart, because our land, our water, our resources, our cultural places mean something to us. You know, you talk about this land, everybody want to go to the park, go see this. Well, that's where we come from. My father was born up there. My grandfather was born out there on the land. You know, we come from this land. We didn't travel. We didn't get shipped here. We didn't migrate here. We're from this land. How many of you can say that? Where of your family, where were they born? Where are they from? You know, a lot of our people don't know and understand our culture, the ways that we used to live, you know. People want to bottle it up, sell it, put it in a museum, have other people come look at it, try to learn from it just because they're heard something somewhere that maybe struck a nerve. But for us, this means something. You know, the cultural divide, or I guess the understanding between me and my siblings was between me and my older brother. My grandparents were already gone when I was growing up, so I didn't get that one-on-one. But it's in my heart, listening, you know. No ear, they would tell you, and mono. You know, my brother would bawl me out, but the only thing I understood was you got no ear, you're not listening. And I hope that you guys are listening. You know, it isn't just because they want to give back that we're supposed to be thankful, we're supposed to be grateful, we're supposed to not say nothing, we're just supposed to sit back and take whatever they give. No. You know, the people's land that we're talking about, they should be here. They should be a part of these discussions. They should be here so we can talk about it. You're talking about piggybacking on other meetings. My tribe is a non-gaming tribe. I would have never known because we're not a part of Siniga. How many other tribes aren't gaming tribes? Aren't a part of different, and if we don't know that you're there, how do we know that this project is even going on? I would have never known had I not come today. I never saw anything come through my tribe saying that this is happening, this is moving forward, this is what we, you know, what year did you guys start? When did this actually get approved and when did it start?
We were brought on board last summer. But there's 20 plus years previous to that of work.
Yeah, I remember I was a tribal administrator when this became a discussion in, 2008 or so, somewhere? And then now you're just coming, you know, that is the frustration, you know. This is important. If this is something even that the state wants to do, then meet with us individually as your own meeting. Don't go piggybacking off something, because then all you're telling me as a tribal chairperson is you're just fulfilling a formality. Just to say that you've been here. Oh, we went there. They didn't say nothing. How would my tribe know? We're not a part of where you've been, where you go give these presentations. So I would suggest that maybe you invest some of that money into having that conversation with the people. People want to work with tribes, want to do this. They talk about consultation. Well, technically, that's one-on-one discussion. You know, and I don't see that happening. And I hope that you take everything that everybody says, everything that they have to tell you regarding this project, you take it to heart. And I hope that you do have a separate meeting so we can all come together. And then we can all discuss it. We can all understand, you know, what was the reasoning for that tribe or those people wanting to do that to their land. We don't know, you know. Maybe it was a type of healing for them. I don't know. You know, so I can't be excited or be on board with what you're doing because I don't think you're doing it the right way. And you're going to go and build this. You guys, you know, why things happen, they happen for a reason. You know, Medicine is real to us. We may not know it, we may not understand it, but it's in here. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcia from Tule River. I have a question for the board or the panel, but before that I would like to say I speak for the indigenous plants and the animals, the winged, the insects, the river people. When I say I represent them in asking you when you did an environmental study, and if so, what was the outcome? I'll wait for an answer.
There has been an environmental study done. Elderberry is present on the site, both along the river as well as sort of the furthest point away from the river. So that information is available.
Just on the elderberry?
Well, the whole report's available. So,
Can you give me a copy or email me a copy?
yeah.
Would you write my email down, please? It's mhestrada@yahoo.com, all lowercase. Do you know what year that was done?
I don't recall off my head, but it's out on the tables out there, so we can look at it today.
All right, thank you.
I do want to just give people a time check, but want to make sure everybody's heard. I'm not saying we're not going to come to you. I'm just saying want to make sure everybody's heard, and then we also have another panel that's after this, so want to make sure that we're being respectful of those panels as well.
I'm trying to figure out what is going to be displayed at these areas. Are they going to be cultural significant items to us? I mean, have you gone that far to, where are you going to get these items from? Are you going to deal with the local tribes, basket weavers, medicine men, song? Yeah.
Those are all questions we have as part of this process.
I mean,
Is what level of exhibits do people are interested in?
Yeah, because, there's certain items that we have that we hold sacred. I'm just wondering, where are you going to get these items from? Peabody Museum, state parks, Berkeley. I mean, I'm very concerned about what you want to display, and, also the tribal area. I really don't have a say-so up there. We're not part of the gaming compact. We're not part of federal recognition. It's just, these areas need to be, they're very sensitive to us. I don't want my grandmother's basket up there, because it's my grandmother's basket. Years ago, I tried to do 2 museums in this area. Pretty much were shut down. When I say museums, it's not like a white man's museum. It's a living museum where I could bring my elders to. We could have our own displays. I don't know why the state doesn't spend money down here, in the valley. Largest population, we all belong to tribes. We all have our cultural significant items. Instead of, I don't want to drive to Sacramento. I want to go down the street to Visalia, Tulare, and talk about our people there, the Yokots, the Monos, like I, brought up, we don't have the funding to go up to Sacramento. We don't have the funding to go to these areas, So that's my main concern. What's going to be displayed, as you would say? Thank you.
Lalo Franco with the Wokchumni Tribe. I've had the privilege of traveling around the country and visiting a lot of our neighbors, our relatives all over the country when I was doing my work in NAGPRA, repatriation. And I never really cared for some of the places we went to, big museums. The word museum itself just really didn't sit well with me. We've seen museums all over, like I said, and they never really they never really told the true story of the people in the area. In fact, in many cases, the museums did not do any fair amount of consultation with the local people. So consequently, they were going from with anthropologists and archaeologists, the information that they got. So I particularly don't care for the word museum. I like the word cultural center. Don't like the word museum. But what I want to know from you folks is that how is your museum going to be different from the museums that are already like in the Sacramento area, that California Museum, which is, it's been there for years, run by the state. They've got all kinds of things there that shouldn't be displayed, misinformation, or no information. How is your museum or your Vision Museum going to be different from all the other ones that we've seen around, where there's, again, no consultation with the local people, or they display things that are not supposed to be displayed, or not following not just the state but federal laws? So how is that going to be different, your place that you're envisioning?
Would you like to respond to that?
Yes. Why is it different? Because we're here and we're going to spend over a year going to communities. Because we're not going to design anything until we understand what California Native Americans think. What does this site, what does this facility, whether it's indoors or outdoors, what are the experiences that you would like to have there? What are the experiences that you may want to share with non-native world? I mean, we don't know the answers yet because we haven't heard enough of what you all think. I mean, it's really more of a grassroots type of approach. I mean, and that was purposeful, that part of the discussion was, we're not going to design anything until we know more about what the objectives are. So, I mean, that's hopefully the commitment of, spending that time going to rural areas, urban areas, that's representative of the state.
So one of the things that we asked at the beginning when we were brought on to work on this was what the community thought, what Native Americans thought, and they said, well, we had 3 meetings, and 3 people showed up at one meeting, and a few people showed up at another meeting, like 12, and we said, well, it seems like you should go out and talk to more people, because that's not enough, And they said, well, we got 3 people when we did it at Davis. So, and we tried to understand why more people didn't show up, because it seemed like a very important thing. And that's why we're here in person, to talk to you in this area and to learn. And we really appreciate all your comments, because we're very trainable. My mother taught me to be very trainable, and our architecture is going to be a response to what we hear and to what you need. And so we need you to help us by writing on these boards we have outside what your thoughts are, email your thoughts, and tell us what you think, so we can put that into the mix of what is going on here. And there are around 200 tribes in the state of California, and we don't want to spend 20 years more going around and talking to all the tribes, because I might not be here either, So we're trying to piggyback, as we said, because we thought we could get to more people, and sure we have, and you're very vocal, and we love it. But we do need you to take a stop at the 2 tables outside and tell us what you think should be in this building. It's not a museum. It's not. It may have some elements of a museum, but it's a cultural center. So it's meant to educate, it's meant to involve people, it's meant to be a place that you can go and your representatives can go and your children can go and learn about what all Native peoples in California have been through, and the common theme that you all have. It's not just baskets, you know, it's much deeper in terms of the colonization that happened and the misery that everybody has been through. So, but we need you to tell us, we got a program on the wall there, what's important. And so if you could stop by and put dots on things that you think are really important, we're trying to get a preliminary polling of these elements that would be incorporated in the design of the building, because we want the building to be as useful as possible. We want every dollar that goes into it, although our dollars seem to get smaller every day, to be useful for you. And we want the building to be reflective of your culture. And that's a big task. It's a big job, because each of you are individuals, and you're from individual tribes, and you all have stories. And we want to create a place that the history and the culture can be passed on, but also inform others, people who come to California, people who are tourists. We want them to hear your story, if that's what you want. So that's why we're here, and you know, introducing ourselves to you, and we're an open vessel to take your information. But we're in the spirit of keeping things on schedule. Eventually, we're going to get, you know, this segment of the meeting will probably stop, but please give us input out there and email input, because that's what we're trying to do, is capture information from you that'll help us. Thanks.
We'll have one last comment from Councilmember Lucas.
I'm okay to go?
Yeah.
Okay. See, I always ask permission. I'm a retired Marine, so yes, sir. So, my understanding, and again, I'm not part of all this hoopla. When we met in Sacramento on one of our first gatherings, it was at the site. I understood that the museum had been under consultation, planning for many years. Many millions of dollars have already been expended. But then there was a change, rather than developing it as a museum per se, as we all understand, we don't like museums, but instead creating a gathering place for all California Indians. But unfortunately, my personal opinion of that is that's really wonderful, but I already know so many of us still are very poor. We don't have the luxury of going to these other places. So one of the things I was hopeful that would come out of the Truth in Healing Council is that we could convince the state, in conjunction with the United States government, because you don't want to forget that the state has followed the United States government with its treatment of all Indians of this continent, but particularly California Indians more so than others. So my personal dream would be that such a facility could be built in all 4 sections of the state, but each one of them hold the identical items, so that if you have a catastrophic fire that burns up one gathering place, you'll have others to go, but at least the distance for our people to go is within a reasonable period. The other thing that I really crabbed about, and I would crab again, and as the architect there, I would ask you to please make sure there's a place for a fire. We always have fires, you know, it's the fire within. The earth holds that fire within. So whatever you do, please incorporate the earth with a building, a fancy building just like this. I say it in jest, but I'm very serious. This is very spooky, you know. It truly is. It isn't part of who we are. We are people who have an intuitive intellect with the earth. We are still here because of that. So I hope you all don't mind if I just take that time to share those thoughts with you. But I want you to kind of change your thinking in the fact that I don't think they want to build a museum per se. I think really what they were getting after was a general meeting area, a central place where we could hopefully all gather. I don't know if that'll ever happen, but I think it's a better idea. So thank you.
That's right, council member. And the site area generally is on the same area generally where trade routes all came together. So it is an ancestral gathering place, and so it would be reinvigorated as that type of place as well. But again, please feel free to approach these folks out in the registration area. They have some input elements that they'd like to hear from you because, again, a lot of the answers are going to come from you. So questions like what's going to be displayed, that's kind of, is there any display at all? You know, is it all just a gathering space? Is it more kind of a place that moves and changes based on who is, you know, coming through or who's being highlighted? So please, if you have ideas, please, we ask that you send them their way. And then also, remember that we do have the task force that is overseeing all of this and has tasked them with kind of communicating what's going on with this piece. But please feel free to reach out to the task force members that we listed before because they're very interested in thinking about how they can be guiding this process as well. So I don't like to cut off comments, but we are a bit over time and I don't want to be disrespectful of our next panel's time. So thank you to this panel. If you'd like to talk to them more, they'll be out in the registration area, and they would love to hear your thoughts. You can also email those to whatever outreach they're provided at their tables, correct? And for the comments that we got virtually, we'll send them their way as well. So thank you again. Thank you all. Really appreciate the input. That's what this is about. Really want you to get involved and engaged and tell them how they can be thinking about this in a way that feels respectful of the local community where that site is, but also respectful of your needs, concerns, and thoughts. So thank you all, and I'm going to ask everyone to, if you can, just stretch a little bit. If you need coffee or water, it's out there. And then thank you to the panel, and I'd like to welcome up our next panel. You don't need to apologize.
Do you think we need a special meeting for this?
Yeah. Yeah.
I just realized how much Zoom.
Okay, so we're going to call folks back in and ask that our next panel on missing and murdered Indigenous people start getting settled. I'd like to welcome up Marco Alcantar, the Tribal Council Treasurer for Picayune. Morningstar Galley will be joining us virtually, and she is on right now. And Tila Kip, a tribal citizen of the North Fork Rancheria and Domestic Violence Prevention Program Coordinator from Fresno American Indian Health Project. I'd like to ask folks visiting in the room if you could step out if you're going to have conversations. We've got plenty of spaces outside of the main room. I know you're all not listening to me. But if y'all could settle in, refocus. It's not going to happen. Okay. Again, if folks want to visit, if you could step out, that would be great. And you're welcome to come back in whenever you'd like to rejoin. Jason McCannell, I'm going to call you out. If you're having a conversation, if you could take it outside. And again, I'll announce our panel again for the folks who are just coming back in. So this is our third panel of 4 for this quarterly meeting. Again, for everybody, for everyone's awareness, these panels are created based on input from the local tribal community. And so our office reaches out to all of the tribes on the NHC list within the ancestral area that we're going to be visiting in. And the panels are based on the input that we get back. We don't always get across the board input. But we do get input about what is relevant to the tribes and what they'd like to see highlighted. You know, some tribes are out doing a cultural burn today, so they weren't able to join, and we would have loved to have that be a component of this, but timing was challenging. But just wanted folks to know that that's how these panels are shaped up, is based on what the local folks want to hear about and highlight. So again, we have Marco Alcantar, Tribal Council Treasurer from Picayune. Morningstar Galley has joined us virtually, who is the Project Director of Restoring Justice for Indigenous Peoples and a member of the Achumawi Band of Pit River Tribe. And Tila Kip, Tribal Citizen of North Fork Rancheria and Domestic Violence Prevention Program Coordinator for Fresno American Indian Health Project. So I will hand you both some microphones and you can kind of get started.
I'll defer. Hello? I'll defer to Keela. Would you like to introduce?
So Manahu, good morning, everybody. My name is Tila Kip. I'm a tribal citizen of Norfolk Rancheria. I work at First American Indian Health Project. I am the Domestic Violence Prevention Coordinator. Been over working for FAHP for more than 5.5 years. I'm also an advocate for Intertribal Council of California. So I kind of assist services for tribal members and Native families with emergency shelter, transportation to obtain needed services in relation to family violence, emergency food and clothing, restraining orders, and assistance, providing resources with legal advocacy and crisis intervention, and peer counseling, and focusing on the healing with intergenerational trauma to the Native families.
Thank you. And I am Hili, Hoya Wushnam, Marco Alcantar, once again. Good afternoon, and I am a member of the Picayune Rancheria of Tuchansi Indians, which is the owner and operator of this facility here. I am a member of the Tribal Council Treasurer, and I was sort of a late stand-in for this panel, but I'm happy to and honored to be asked to speak on MMIP. I think it's a tremendously important issue. It's a tremendous initiative for Indian country in general in the state of California. So I'm happy to speak on it today. Would we like Morningstar to introduce herself?
Jimmy Sunway, Morningstar Galley, Ilikatake Chi, Ma'ajumawi is Chi. My name's Morningstar Galley, and I am a member of the Pitt River Tribe. Also worked as the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the tribe from 2012 to 2016, now serving as Project Director for Restoring Justice for Indigenous Peoples, where we are supporting families that have been impacted by the crisis of MMIP by providing direct support, services, and resources. Thank you, and I regret that I'm not able to join you in person today. I have little ones that are not feeling well, so didn't want to expose anyone to that, but I'm happy to be here with all of you. Sasalai.
All right, so I'll kick it off. And I have some prepared remarks. Just bear with me. First, I'd like to give some thanks, first of all, to Governor Gavin Newsom, the Tribal Affairs Secretary, Christina Snyder, Deputy Tribal Affairs Secretary Loretta Miranda, the members of the Truth and Healing Council and staff. Special thanks to the Yurok Tribe and Chairman Joseph James, as well as the Strong-Hearted Native Women's Coalition for the production of the preliminary briefing. I want to acknowledge that that it was Executive Order B-1011 by Governor Jerry Brown that established the office and the position of the Governor's Tribal Advisor with the purpose of overseeing and implementing effective government-to-government consultation between the Governor's administration and tribes on policies that affect Californian tribal communities. And one thing that I want to point out there is that it's all tribal communities, not just federally recognized tribes. This meaningful consultation is, I believe, directed to and intended to reach out to all tribal communities in the state of California. So I think those were good points that were brought up earlier. Also, so that sort of led to Executive Order N-15-19, which was issued by Governor Gavin Newsom. You may know this as the sort of the apology from the governor's office in 2019. So that executive order directed the tribal advisor to establish the Truth and Healing Council to bear witness, to record, examine existing documentation of and receive California Native American narratives regarding the historical relationship between the state of California and California Native Americans in order to clarify the historical record of this relationship in the spirit of truth and healing. And just sort of a overview of some of the things I'm going to discuss. Some of the statistics regarding MMIP. and an overview of the issues, and then some of the things that have been done to address this already through legislation and other initiatives, as well as recommendations for the federal and state government. So I'm just going to read off some statistics here. So California has the largest population of Native Americans of any state in the United States and the 5th largest caseload of missing and murdered indigenous people. Indigenous women go missing and murdered at rates higher than any other ethnic group in the United States, rates of violence in their lifetime, and 1 in 3 in the last year. Indigenous women are 2.5 times more likely to experience sexual assault. Nearly half of all Indigenous women have been raped, beaten, or stalked by an intimate partner. Homicide is the 3rd leading cause of death for Indigenous women and girls. 97% of Indigenous women who reported experiencing some form of violence in their lifetimes reported at least one perpetrator who was of a different race. Indigenous men and boys are 2 times more likely than the non-American Indian population to die from homicide. National Crime Information Center, despite making up the smallest portion of the U.S. population. So some of the issues, these statistics indicate high rates of violence and assault against Native people, a trend that dates back to colonization and nearly the first interactions with non-natives. The marginalization and disenfranchisement of our people since those early encounters led to centuries of oppression, racism, indentured servitude, sexual objectification of Indigenous women and girls, and sanctioned genocide. To this day, our people still face high rates of poverty, insufficient housing, child welfare and carceral systems, domestic violence, and becoming missing and murdered. Very little is being done to improve and increase funding for MMIP. A 2018 U.S. Commission on Civil Rights report found that funding levels for Native American tribes was woefully inadequate. The report noted that funding had remained mostly flat for 20 years, leaving tribes unable to tackle many large issues, including an epidemic of suicide, high dropout rates, violence against women, and climate change. In addition, despite Native women experiencing high rates of violence than any other group across the United States, there are only 60 Native women's shelters and less than 300 tribal programs addressing violence against Native women. In California, funding for tribes and urban Indian communities for MMIP prevention and intervention has also been insufficient. In California, tribal nations have also been overlooked. For example, Assembly Bill 1603, which passed in 2019, reestablished California Violence Intervention and Prevention Grant Program, the largest fund in the state's history to improve public health and safety by supporting effective violence reduction initiatives in communities that are disproportionately impacted by violence. Yet this statute defined violence as entirely urban, writing tribes and rural communities out of the statute, despite the significant violence experienced by Native people in rural parts of the state. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been allocated to violence prevention through this fund in the last few years, none of which has gone to rural tribal communities. And so this next section is regarding PL 280 inadequacies. California tribes are at an immediate disadvantage when it comes to helping their citizens. In 1953, the federal government gave California and five other states civil and criminal jurisdiction over crimes committed by or against Native people in Indian country. This law is known as Public Law 280, PL 280. The jurisdictional change was made without tribal input and without the federal funding or support for the tribes or states that were impacted. Tribes in PL 280 states are part of a complicated system of criminal governance, and despite great need, are rarely included in federal legislation on MMIP. Justice issues are treated as an afterthought in federal law. This has left tribes in California without proper funding and support to address crimes against their people. Therefore, California and other PL 280 states have an additional responsibility to support tribal people to address MMIP as partners. As a result of PL 280 and the general neglect of tribal communities, California tribes are left competing for extremely limited funds and are rarely given the autonomy to use such funds in the way that individual tribes need. For example, funding is available to construct a jail. However, there is an absence of sustainable funds for the operation and maintenance of jail once built. In 2019, 17 federal senators and representatives asked the government's top watchdog, the Government Accountability Office, to conduct a review of how federal, state, and tribal agencies respond to missing and murdered Indigenous women cases. As members of Indian Affairs Committee and Indigenous Peoples Subcommittee and senators and representatives representing the majority of federally recognized tribes, we must do all we can to fully understand the extent of and implement meaningful solutions to the MMIW crisis. The legislators wrote to Comptroller General Gene Dodaro, federal officials, tribal leaders, and members of families directly impacted by the MMIW crisis all agreed that failures in cross-jurisdictional coordination, inadequate MMIW reporting protocols, and poor data collection limit the effectiveness of efforts to track, investigate, and solve MMIW cases. PL 280 has been detrimental to tribes and tribal courts' ability to grow their court system, largely because they cannot use funding from 638 contracts or compacts. Most non-public law 280 nations used a 638 ed department model. The 638 ed department means that nations administer their police department under the contract or compact with the BIA. The BIA sets the organizational framework and provides basic funding, and the tribal nation staffs the department with tribal employees. PL 280 does not mandate that the federal government provide financial support to participating states, despite the fact that under the law they are required to take an expanded law enforcement duties. In addition, the BIA has done the opposite and reduced funding for tribal courts and law enforcement programs. Overall, PL 280 was devastating for California tribes' ability to protect their people and for tribal citizens to access justice and protection. It stripped tribes of funding and created jurisdictional confusion between tribes, state, and county law enforcement. Almost 70 years later, PL 280 needs to be addressed as a part of any MMIP conversation. So some things that have been done. Tribes must continue to engage our legislators and push for action now. Tribal leaders have a responsibility to take the lead on legislation to address MMIP policy at the state, federal, and local levels. At the federal level, there's been the Savannah's Act. This act requires the Department of Justice to provide training to law enforcement agencies on how to record tribal enrollment for victims in federal databases, develop and implement a strategy to educate the public on the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, conduct specific outreach to tribal organizations regarding the ability to publicly enter information through the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System or other non-law enforcement sensitive portal development, develop regional guidelines and training for response to MMIP crisis, and report statistics on missing and murdered Native Americans. The Not Invisible Act is an act that designates an official within the Bureau of Indian Affairs to coordinate efforts, grants, and programs related to MMIP. It also creates a joint commission on violent crime within tribal lands and against Native Americans. The Not Invisible Act Commission began meeting in May 2020 to come up with the recommendations to the Departments of the Interior and Justice. In 2021, the departments announced the publication of a solicitation for nomination to join their Joint Commission on Reducing Violent Crime Against Native Americans to address MMIP. The MMIP initiative created by Attorney General William Barr in 2019. This initiative created MMIP coordinators in 11 U.S. attorneys' offices, and allocated more resources to coordinate law enforcement responses to MMIP. The 11 states are Alaska, Arizona, Montana, Oklahoma, Michigan, Utah, Nevada, Minnesota, Oregon, New Mexico, Washington State, and Washington State. MMIP coordinators are to work closely with federal, tribal, state, and local agencies to develop common protocols and procedures for responding to reports of missing and murdered Indigenous people. Notably, California does not have a specific MMIP coordinator working on MMIP issues, even though it has the largest Native American population in the country. And lastly, Executive Order 14053, signed by President Biden in 2021, on improving public safety and criminal justice for Native Americans and addressing the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous people. Some recommendations. So for the state, back up here. The California legislature passed California Assembly Bill 3099, which directs the California Department of Justice to provide assistance to law enforcement agencies and tribal police in the reporting of statistics, training, outreach, and procedures relating to crime issues on tribal lands and Native American communities. California Assembly Bill 1314 was passed and created the Feather Alert, a statewide emergency alert system for which notifies the public when an Indigenous person goes missing under suspicious circumstances. This system works similarly to the Amber Alert and is specific to aiding in locating an Indigenous person. The bill authorizes the California Highway Patrol to activate a Feather Alert upon request by a law enforcement agency and allows law enforcement to use existing local and statewide resources to spread information about an Indigenous person who has gone missing. And then some recommendations, and I'll just briefly go over these. Number one, for the federal and state to work together to develop comprehensive and coordinated funding plans to address and prevent MMIP. And for federal specifically, conduct a study and address Public Law 280 and its relationship to MMIP. To create a MMIP coordinator solely to support tribes in California. Change the Family Violence Protection Services Act 2010 to create family violence centers based on the size of Indigenous populations within each state. 4, increase violence against women funding to support additional tribal domestic violence and sexual assault coalitions in California. 5, provide increased funding and support for tribes in Public Law 280 states who want to implement VAWA 2022's special tribal criminal jurisdiction, including direct access to jailing and prison beds for non-native perpetrators. 6, increase justice system grant opportunities for tribes in Public Law 280 states to address MMIP. 7, implement the GAO, the Government Accountability Office recommendations to strengthen federal data. And for the state, fund and support the creation of a statewide MMIP task force, which would include tribal leaders to support the work of the AG's office under AB 3099. 2, pass legislation to recognize tribal police as California state peace officers and create access to CLETS, California Law Enforcement Telecommunication System for tribal court and police. Pass legislation to locate and protect tribal children when they go missing from foster care. 4, pass legislation to improve training of police and justice partners to institute measures to prevent new MMIP cases and to better respond when a person goes missing. 5, create a multidisciplinary response team model for MMIP cases. 6, legislation and funding for tribal and urban mental health and drug treatment facilities and programs. And 7, lastly, provide resources and support for tribal law enforcement and to investigate cold cases. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Again, I just want to thank California Truth and Healing for having me on this panel with Morningstar and for Tribal Treasurer Marco. So I want to kind of go off where what my department is and what we do for our Native communities at First American Indian Health Project. So I work for the Native Wellness Department. Darlene Franco is my supervisor. So we have the domestic violence prevention program at my work, so we can be able to help clients that are registered, help them with housing. So if they're needing housing, we could be able to shelter them into a hotel, just making sure that they're in a safe place, making sure that they that it's just me and that client know exactly where they're going to be located at, and if they want to know or they want anybody else to know where they're at, then I just make sure I get just a consent to if I have to talk to them or anything, just make sure that my client is safe. Also, we do, I can help them with food, emergency food incentives. So if they need, if they are just picking up and going without any items, I could be able to help them with incentives. I could also help them with getting groceries, whatever they're needing for them and their children, just making sure that they're safe. We also do, I could be able to help them with resources, with legal resources. So I do advocate for intertribal counsel, and they can also help out with restraining orders, legal resources, anything, again, that we could be able to help them just to make sure that the client is safe. I do a women's empowerment group, which is a Phoenix Club, and that is for domestic intimate partners, for safe talking circles, and just for traditional healing and processing. To have those and just be able to have that one-on-one with the client. So knowing that that client is able to come in and see me and trust me with this is really important to me, because I just want that client to know that they could just come in, and knowing that they're scared or knowing that they are needing just some kind of services, that they could be able just to come to our agency, to our organization, and be able to get that safe place to go to. We do have a conference room too, where we could be able to have our clients just come in if they're just needing to mend or just, talk to somebody, or just needing just to get away. They have, in my department, they have myself, they have our substance use disorder counselor, they have our garden coordinator, where we could be able to have our clients go out and just, if they want to be able to go out and garden, or just take a tour of our garden location, or which is right across the street from the Discovery Center, they're more than welcome to do that. Just a place where they know that they have somewhere to go to, and not be afraid to open up and talk to us about what they're going through. So domestic violence is a huge issue, and just knowing that we are there for them, and we could be able to help them and just encourage them and just continue to be that advocate and support them is, what I'm really focused on. And my goal too is just to make sure that they're safe. I'm also going to be getting to a group together. It's the Domestic Violence Advisory Committee group going, hopefully in March. We have 2 of our board members from FAHP, and then also maybe get 2 other community members to participate in that group, so we could be able to see what else we could be able to bring to the table for our domestic violence prevention program. Trying to think if is there anything else that I'm missing. Can you think of anything? Oh yes, I've done plenty of trainings. I just got training and certificate for a 40-hour with Marjorie Mason Center. I do collab with them too as well, because if we can help our clients get into a safe place, even if it's for 5 days, knowing that I could be able to reach out to Marjorie Mason Center too as well, they could be able to get them into their safe house as well, and they could either keep them there for 30 days, 60 days, it's a case by case, but also to see exactly where they're at. They could be able to help out with that too. So that I'm truly thankful for, and having to do that training. I also do a lot of webinars and trainings and get certificates for National Indigenous Women's Resource Center. And they're kind of my main go-to when I need to just get more information for domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, teen dating violence, especially because it's Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, just getting all that information and resources from them as well, and just knowing how they be able to run their program, and it just gives me ideas of kind of like what I could be able to implement here at FAHP as well. Yeah, especially for our youth, you know, and I was trained and certified to be a facilitator for Daughters of Tradition. So I do Daughters of Tradition and Sons of Tradition for FAHP, me and my coworker Jenny, who is also our garden coordinator. So just knowing that we could be able to bring that to our youth, especially our youth, because our youth is, you know, again, there are generation that are going to be striving to, you know, move forward with keeping our cultural, our heritage, our tradition alive, and just making, you know, what we couldn't do and make it better, or just getting them that support, especially support, you know, for our youth, is, you know, important to FAHP, not just to FAHP, but I'm pretty sure everybody else here. So knowing that we can be able to just help them, and being on the facilitator for Daughters of Tradition has like opened my eyes too, because I too have, you know, teenage daughters and sons, and seeing, you know, having to hear what the kids have to say. I see it in my own children, so it's like trying to help. It helps me be a better parent to them as well, but also, you know, teach them and let them know, you know, it's not just, you know, they're not alone out there, and they can be able to reach out to anybody that they are closer to, especially their elders, when if they don't have like Pacific elders, that they do have others that they could be able to reach out to. So knowing that we could be able to, you know, help them and encourage them to just move forward and strive on, you know, completing and, you know, making their dreams come true, and just being supportive for them. Oh, that's right. I'm so sorry. I had a list, and I do apologize. So we do have a Women's Heritage event coming up in March 18th, and that is to honor our elders, our women, our youth as well. So this is going to be an event where we're going to have myself speak. I'm going to be doing a domestic violence presentation. We're also going to have what is the word? I'm trying to think. Self-defense instructor there, and we're looking for a female, but, you know, we're going to have a self-defense instructor there to teach our women and our youth to be able to defend for themselves and prepare for something was to happen unexpectedly, you know, if they're walking to their car, or, you know, going through a domestic violence, you know, situation. So just knowing that they have that resources too. And we're going to have it at our garden. It's open to the community. It's on March 18th. I believe it's from 9 to 2 p.m. So if anybody's interested in that, I mean, you could always contact me. You could always contact Darlene. And yeah, anybody's welcome to come. Thank you.
Thank you both. Before we go to our next panelist, just want to mention that there are some resources out in the front too, domestic violence and violence against women resources that Sakui has provided, so we encourage you to take those as well. And then I'd like folks to turn their attention now to our virtual participant, Morningstar Galley. And you're on the big screen.
Thank you again, and I want to say thank you to the tribal members and the local community members that called for this presentation, and acknowledge and understand the importance of addressing the crisis of MMIP within California tribal communities. We have an organization called Restoring Justice for Indigenous Peoples. We are now transitioning to, we are a full-on 501c3 under the umbrella of Indigenous Justice. And so, you know, this really makes me think about what restorative justice looks like for our tribal communities. What does restorative justice look like when a loved one goes missing or is murdered on both on their tribal lands and within urban Indian communities? What do reparations look like in that sense? Nearby in the Big Sandy Rancheria, there was a case a couple of years ago of a 27-year-old woman by the name of Bessie Walker that had gone missing, and there was a lot of pushback in terms of the search efforts, in terms of the victim blaming and finger pointing to her family and to her community. And these are situations that are all too often the norm of what did she do to get herself into this situation. Oh, she has a former record, or, this is a pattern. And so those resources are not available to go and search for the individual. And it is left up to the family of the loved one to gather their resources and their support. I also want to share that Douglas Ray Stankiewicz, who is also from Big Sandy Rancheria, is the longest serving prisoner on death row, and he has been serving over 44 years. It's now coming up on the 45th anniversary. He is California's longest serving death row prisoner, and he is both California Indian and Cherokee. And so, these are things that we need to think about and talk about and consider. And I know that in our work, and I'm going to personalize it, is that, in our efforts in providing support to families, in our efforts of providing those resources around what it means to conduct a search, those are all lived experiences that, when we say that we are survivor-centered and trauma-informed, that we are ourselves survivors of violence, that we ourselves are survivors of what it means to be system-impacted youth within the state of California, and acknowledging and recognizing how the state of California was founded on the state-sponsored and state-sanctioned genocide of our peoples. And so people are very aware of the cases of Gabby Petito, who went missing at the same time that Bessie did, and Bessie was 27 years old. And at that time, it was, I know there's members of the Franco family there, and I want to acknowledge them and say hello and sasulai to them for all of their continued hard work. And so it was members of the families that were reaching out to us at the time, and, trying to, I think when you're in those crisis situations, trying to figure out what it means to put together those search efforts, what it means to conduct a grid search, what it means to, create that outreach and that media buzz. It was within my tribal community, within both Shasta, Modoc counties, that we have a young tribal member, Nick Patterson, that went missing. He was at the age of 28, and he went missing initially from his grandmother's home on the Lookout Rancheria. And so that should have enacted, at that time that he went missing, that should have enacted federal resources. The family was receiving a number of ransom requests, and Shasta County, who pulled out all of the resources and all of the stops when it came to Sherry Papini's disappearance, where she was later found to have staged her own disappearance. There wasn't, a minute amount of those resources made available when it came to searching for Nick, searching the whereabouts, in the snow back home in the mountains. He went missing in early January, and 2 months after Nick's disappearance, a friend and relative, a former tribal council member that I worked closely with, Milton Yogi Magarva, was killed in his home on Likely Rancheria by his partner. He had been seeking domestic violence resources. He had been seeking support, and he was killed on his in his family home on tribal lands by his non-native partner. And it's now going on 3 years where that individual has pled not guilty. In Modoc County, it is only because the DAG, the Deputy Attorney General, has come in and taken on the case that the case is now able to move forward in that way. And so we also have to make sure and include our two-spirit relatives, our non-binary relatives, our relatives that are across that gender spectrum, that don't fit into those boxes because, again, from my personal experience, the tribes don't necessarily want to touch these issues. It doesn't bring about, good publicity for them. Oftentimes, they don't know how to navigate within those systems, and there's a lot of fear behind it. And so the families are left very much on their own. And in the cases of the two individuals back home, there's a lot of finger pointing across the counties. And so Modoc County and Shasta County keep kicking the cases back and saying that it's under the other county's jurisdiction. And meanwhile, the families are left without answers. They're left seeking answers. And so that is a part of our work, is supporting the families in what they want, in seeking what justice looks like for them. And so we have been working directly with the Office of Native American Affairs for the AG's office. We are working with Director Lopez Kiefer and have brought her up to meet first with the families directly and have the family share their story, and then meet directly with our tribal council and come up with an action plan on what that looks like in terms of moving forward, in terms of those very tense relationships with counties such as Shasta, Siskiyou, Modoc, and Lassen within our tribal territories, and what that looks like for our families and for our tribal communities. And so I just wanted to share some of that because, there's a lot of, again, I think that there is a lot of misunderstanding, and there are stereotypes in terms of the disappearance of our peoples. And there are, when it turns into the direct violence. And so understanding that, for California Indian peoples, that this started with the gold rush, this started with the enslavement and incarceration of California's indigenous peoples that began with missionization over 250 years ago, and that there was a theft that was committed in exchange for Native women's bodies. There was a theft of indigenous lands, of stolen land. They continued to erase our tribal place names and create names with a slur word and expletive as a way to further cause violence, erasure, and invisibility. This upholds a goal and furthers a goal of upholding white supremacy and colonization in a way that is derogatory and demeaning to Indigenous women, girls, and our two-spirit relatives, our boys and our men. There is a direct correlation between the environmental racism and violence. I work closely, I serve on both the board for Save California Salmon and serve as a tribal water organizer. And so I say that the incarceration of our salmon relatives that are being held in the dams is directly correlated to our ancestors that are kept in those University of California basements and stored in boxes, and directly relates to our relatives that are currently incarcerated and in those jails and institutions, and including MMIP, including, and we say MMIP in terms of the policy, navigating those policy spaces, but it's our relatives. You know, we say MMIR because these are our relatives, these are our loved ones, these are our friends and extended family members and tribal members and community members. It was 12 years ago when I was working in our tribal office for Pitt River Tribe that a family came in and their brother had gone missing. His name was Dewey McGarva, and he had, in the snowstorm, they had found his truck open, but it was very suspicious circumstances, being that he lived his entire life in the mountains, that he wouldn't have just walked away from a running truck, from his truck in a snow blizzard. And it was 6 to 9 months later that they found his remains in a cattle trough, in a cattle feed trough. And that was not a case that was ever looked into. It was very much written off as, oh, you know, he got lost in the snow blizzard. And, you know, even though there was evidence and circumstances that, you know, said otherwise, it was written off by Modoc County. Here we are 7 years later, where his brother, Milton Yogi McGarva, who was a close friend of mine, we would cook together at tribal funeral services. He served on tribal council, and he was the one that was killed by his non-native partner. It's very much, you know, as everyone's aware, in terms of race relations, especially within rural tribal communities, and the way that that's written off. And so he's now pled not guilty. And so it's our responsibility through our work at Indigenous Justice. It's our responsibility just as fellow community members to support the families in navigating those systems and navigating and understanding that these are not justice systems that were designed to work for us in any way. I want to talk a bit about the intersections that lead to MMIW. Oftentimes I hear that, you know, we don't know what the cause is. We don't know why this is occurring. We don't know why this is a crisis in this moment. And so I will share that it is suicidal ideation, codependency, survivors of trafficking, lateral oppression, disenrollment of California Indian peoples, alcohol and drug addiction, domestic violence, sexual assault, including rape, complex mental health issues, complex trauma, our unsheltered relatives, especially the trauma that surrounds unsheltered tribal peoples on tribal lands, our Afro-Indigenous relatives who are victims of racism, families that are placed in harm by personal agendas of community members, the quote unquote not being Indian enough, the lack of family support, the judgment of family on victims and survivors of crimes, system-involved youth, blind removals, the issues around foster care and ICWA that's at stake right now, and then the children that are affected by all of the above. Youth in foster care are the most vulnerable to this violence and abuse. They are invisible. Their identities are often kept confidential by governing authorities, and they suffer from mental health issues, drug addiction, and are hunted by buyers and traffickers. And so just as we had state-sponsored bounties for our heads, as California Indian peoples, as our ancestors had to survive under those horrific conditions, our youth now are suffering. They are in need of healthy parents, families, and communities. And so, you know, I shared that our work is survivor-centered. It is trauma-informed. We are survivors of violence ourselves, and I say that 100% of our youth are considered system impacted due to the history of colonization, due to the history of boarding schools, and the ongoing incarceration and environments that they are navigating today. And so by assessing those needs and advocating alongside and behalf of system involved Indigenous peoples, our work is mostly located within Northern California. We seek to elevate that needed support and create pathways of healing and empowerment for survivors back into our tribal and intertribal communities. And so that, you know, we recognize that we are living resilient and thriving while continuing to break these legacies of intergenerational trauma through these traditional pathways to healing. We, as community members, work to organize throughout both the rural tribal and urban Indian communities, and we are accountable for responding to the changing needs of those communities. We are committed to working for structural change and transformation of that dominant narrative in which our stories are told. Those are narratives that blame and further marginalize system impacted Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit relatives, and that within the rural, tribal, and inner city communities, there's a dire need across the state to invest in girls and gender, non-binary, non-conforming people's potential, advance their rights, and address the epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, men, boys, trans, and Two-Spirit relatives. We see the crisis of MMIP is the legacy of resource extraction in the form of gold mining and plundering, the values of excess and greed, and the genocide of California Indian peoples that still very much exists today. I want to acknowledge, if she is still in the room, that when I was going through my own personal experience of leaving, at the time, this was during the Standing Rock occupation, and being in an environment, being in an violently environmental environment, and leaving that and walking into my home that was a violent environment. It was not a tribal advocate that was available for my tribe. It was not a local community-based organization, that it was Chief Sisk, Chief Colleen Sisk, and who is also a council member for California Truth and Healing. She's the one that drove in the snow a few hours away from her village area to go with me and to walk with me through that process, where I obtained a criminal protective order, a 10-year criminal protective order that still exists today. And so I wanted to acknowledge that, because it very much is our relatives who are from non-federally recognized tribes who have faced disenrollment and disenfranchisement that are considered the most vulnerable, that we acknowledge that non-federally recognized, are state recognized, are terminated, unacknowledged, disenfranchised, disenrolled, and Indigenous peoples who are not recognized on their own lands and territories. This is continuous genocide and colonialism that has always targeted us, and that the disappearance and trafficking of Indigenous women and girls started with that I mentioned, the gold rush and enslavement and incarceration of California Indian peoples. And so we know that, you know, I'm preaching to the choir in that sense, that we know and understand that this is the history of us. I want to share some of the names of the family members that we are continuing to work with, continuing to support in navigating multiple crises. So those are the names of Nick Patterson, of Dewey McGarva, of Milton Yogi McGarva, Jessica Alva, Nicole Smith, Melody Turner, Amber Hope McDonald, Heather Cameron, and Khadijah Britton. And so those are just some of the names where these cases are considered cold cases. We uplift those names in acknowledging that we fight daily for justice and healing of their families and of their tribal communities. There is, that huge discrepancy when it comes to resources and when it comes to having, that support and how it's talked about in the media. There's a lot of past tense and victim blaming when it comes to especially Native women and girls. But, these cases that I mentioned earlier with throughout the missing white woman syndrome, where all of the resources and access to media and the media stories are made available. And so I will just wrap that up by saying that not only did they commit the theft of Indigenous lands in exchange for Native women's bodies, you'll hear a panel later this afternoon after lunch about erasing tribal place names and creating names with that slur and expletive, and that it furthered the goal of upholding white supremacy and colonization in a way that is demeaning and derogatory to Indigenous women and girls. This past year, it was through the efforts of Restoring Justice for Indigenous Peoples, ACLU, the the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color, and then the S-Word Valley Coalition, where we were able to have, we were all co-sponsors of the bill AB 2022 that passed to remove those over 95 place names from the public place names within California. And so that's just one step forward. And acknowledging that, we denounce the resource extraction in all forms, especially the extraction of California Indian girls, women, Two-Spirit relatives, and peoples, and that we uplift the protection of Indigenous bodies on stolen land. So thank you for your time, and to Lokoithi.com, all my relations.
Thank you. And we'll now open it up to community questions, comments, thoughts. We have a couple of microphones, so if you want to have a comment, we'll come find you. Do you want to keep this one for online ones? Okay.
Good afternoon, I guess I should say. I just have a couple of comments and questions I wanted to ask. Your program and the activities that you offer, do you offer any of those via Zoom or internet? For either panel.
So, this is on, right? Okay. So, for my group, I do. I know for my Phoenix Club, it's only been in person, but I could do virtual. I'm open to it. I do facilitate a beading and a WISE group. So my beading group is in the evening. It's a self-management group. That's virtual. I wanted to make sure that, both elders and individuals that want to participate, if they can't make it due to transportation or just not feeling good or just wanting just to do it at home, I made it optional for them to either do a Zoom or in person. Same thing goes for my WISE group. It's our elders group. That is the second and fourth Thursday of each month, and that is also virtual as well, in person and virtual.
Okay, great. I'll get you my business card so we can put that information in our newsletter that goes out to our community, because we're about 45 minutes away from your center, and sometimes it's difficult to transport our youth or the people that actually need it to get to those, get to your center. And then the missing people, do you have information or trainings or things that we can do maybe online to our community to make them aware? Because that's the one thing that I see in all of this, whether it's domestic violence, whether it's missing people, and it's not necessarily against women and children, but it's also against men, the predators where they give them date drugs, and that destroys. I couldn't even imagine how that destroys an individual inside. But I think there needs to be a lot more education to our community, and if anything, to prevent it. But a lot of times they don't believe it's going to happen to them, or that it could happen to them, that it always happens somewhere else. But this day and age, there's a lot of violence that sometimes our community is numb to, where it's partners, whether it's verbal abuse, physical abuse, just say, oh, that's just what they do, and it's made me think, about the things that do happen, the things that our children are subject to, things that they have to see, and I don't know how any of them would be able to recover if something like that did happen to them. I see that a lot of our younger people aren't raised with the same values that we were raised, where we were taught certain things, taught different ways to handle certain situations mentally, physically, spiritually. And my concern is with these kids and the younger people, that they're not equipped for that because they didn't get that growing up. There needs to be education within our law enforcement. We're in a public law 280 state. Our sheriff department, they're like, well, that's on your land. I'm like, well, it's public law 280 state. Well, what does that mean? And then they're wanting me to educate them. I said, no, you go back to your headquarters and educate yourselves, but it is your responsibility to uphold certain things that do happen within our borders. There's things that we now have kind of in place in our community, that if we see a car parked that doesn't belong in our community, that they're to contact us. And, we've had that happen recently where there was a van that was parked, and I had to go investigate to find out who was it, what were they doing there, and to require them to check in at our tribal office before they decide to park anywhere. But recently, well, it was a few years back, we did have, she was non-native, but a teenager was taken from her home, and it was orchestrated by her stepmother. And she was raped and tied up, and thankfully she was able to get away, and that was a half a mile from our tribal lands, and she was able to walk to one of our homes, and they were able to get her help. But where are the resources for that? Where are the resources to help the family, the victims, those that help, those that are responding? Because they go through trauma just as much as anyone else, whether they find them or don't find them, there's still trauma there. And I think there needs to be more discussions. I think there needs to be more outreach, needs to be, just more to prevent it instead of us always having to react. And listening to the presentations, I'm thinking that this needs to be a part of our emergency response plan. It's at that level that's the way that we should react. And there's not enough information that we have. Like, how do you respond? How do you conduct a search? How do you do this? If you're sweeping, how do you do that? How far apart should we walk, and what are you looking for? And when you do find it, what do you do? Do you mark it? Do you pick it up, touch it? Those are things that we need to teach our communities, because usually they are the ones that are on the ground looking, searching, trying to find their missing loved one. And even education within our own tribal governments. There was that Public Law 101-630 that was put in place. I don't see that ever implemented, and then where California is made up of a bunch of small tribes that don't have the financial resources to conduct those investigations. The Bureau of Indian Affairs is supposed to conduct those fingerprint investigations in Albuquerque. You get that sent. They used to tell us there was a backlog of 5 years. So, you're supposed to wait to hire somebody for 5 years, until they get cleared. So there's that needs to get fixed. I think there's just a lot that needs to take place, and they need to uphold. And hopefully we can prevent this from happening to a young person, young woman, a man, White supremacy is real. We can think that it just because it doesn't happen to us on a daily basis that it's not out there. But there's certain areas within our community, our mountain community, that we were always taught, you don't drive there, you don't go through there, and these are the reasons why. But a lot of our younger people don't realize that or understand that, and they do go through those areas, and I just pray for them that nothing happens to them. And there's just a lot, I think, that we need to do. We need to help reach our children. I know there's a lot of activities and things for our children. We have a huge epidemic right now with vaping. A lot of parents don't know that and understand that because they're doing it at school and they're sober by the time they get home. And even within our school district, there's a huge, I've talked to parents, I've talked to children, and they said this has been an epidemic for a long time. And there's been no discussion. I just, recently found out about a month ago, and I started asking questions. And it's to the point where a child doesn't even want to use the restroom because they'll be considered as guilty as those that are doing it. So a lot of them hold their restroom until they get home, and that's going to cause health issues. But those two play hand in hand with what we're talking about, because if they're not in their sound mind, how are they going to know or be aware of what's happening around them? So those are just my comments that I just wanted to share with everybody to take back, because I sit in on a lot of meetings that have a lot of other organizations that are doing beading classes, doing this, doing that, and they're talking about all these great things. And I said, well, what about the epidemic that's happening now? And to their knowledge, they never knew that it existed, and that is alarming to me. And I think it starts on top. Just like I've talked to our law enforcement and others, it starts with the state of California from Public Law 280 state. They need to push it down from there, because trying to educate them on the ground up doesn't work. Same thing with our school district. I believe that now it's at the responsibility of the administration. If it happened at home and they were aware, CPS would be called. So why wouldn't CPS be called against them, for having control of our children from this time to that time? So, I just wanted to kind of bring that, make that aware, let you know that I understand the severity of both programs, and I pray for those that have family members that have gone through that, experienced that, because it is real, and a lot of times, half the time, our family members aren't going to say anything about it because of whether they're embarrassed, whether they're scared, and so a lot of it does go unreported. So, thank you for your work. Thank you for trying to help and make a difference. But I think there needs to be a discussion more on the leadership side within the state of California on down. Thank you.
Before we move to the next comment, can I just get a show of hands in the room of how many Native women were taught by their mothers how to protect themselves? Okay.
Thank you for your comments. I really appreciate the ability for us to gather here and hopefully collaborate in an more effective manner of how we could use our resources and the information, our data that we're collecting here, whether it's from Northern California, Central California, or Southern California. I think that what we're talking about here is life, and that's what we share in common here, is how to improve the quality of life for our people and the ability to get help and assistance to overcome, trials and tribulations that we go through. But I think it's from what I'm facing here on our land, it's a little different in regards to allotment land, which is similar throughout California. Now, what I'm seeing is you see oftentimes criminals who see an opportunity or a window where they could take advantage of a certain people who are unprotected. And now what I'm seeing with what I've faced myself personally with Public Law 280 is the same thing as a lack of training at law enforcement level, but a lack of enforcement in regards to a representation. We've had it in place for over 20 years now, I think, approximately, quite a long time now. But if it's not pushed at from the top, the importance of protections for our people throughout California, because this is understanding this law, it really helps to protect our indigenous rights wherever we are. But if we don't verbally, it's just like anything. You go to a doctor, you have to be an advocate for yourself to know where your harm was done wrong. If you're not a good advocate and you're able to represent yourself in some formal way, that you have civil rights, to know you have civil rights, we're not prisoners of war anymore. But it's sadly to say, it seems like we're still operating as prisoners of war on a slave ship, because overall, like I talked about before earlier, in 1956, something was pushed forward in regards to the Reaffirmation Act, was the Reorganization Act, to bring these tribes back together, which was happening now. What I'm saying is you're getting a lot of indigenous traditional people who were picked off first, who have land rights, because we're going back to this violence on land related to land. Which I see it came from originally when it happened to my grandmother, when they came through knocking on our doors and taking our kids away, is that the United States government will repeat it over. And we kind of heard it when they came with the museum today, is that they were utilizing people from a different area to come in over to take interest away from a certain people without having them here. And sort of that's what the practice of the state of California to do, is they get people who look close enough to you and sound close enough to you, and then they're able to pass it with the democratic process. In regards to that, we oftentimes feel we're left behind. As Indian people, we're very mild-hearted, and we want to see good things for others, so we just keep our mouths shut, and we're like, okay, well, it's a good thing. A museum's going up, $100 million is going up, but it's good that we're stating our voices here, because it's incorporating the important things of what we need. We need jobs. We need money in Indian country. All these things are great, what you're talking about, but like you said, everyone feels like they could do it on their own. And that's the problem, is that we keep on thinking we could do it on our own, or it's going to get better over time. And it's through hearing these stories, but we're all different. It's a case-by-case basis, whether it's Northern California, who's dealing with, like they said, all these Pomo tribes who are still not really, they're working together and they're doing great, but it's the same thing as we all are. As it gets down to making deals and contracts, and we all go into our corner and talk to our lawyers, and that's really not necessary. Necessary is talking to your people. Like I said, we have allotment land out here. We have people in prison still who are not being represented by our tribes. In regards to overall understand, like you said, we're all victims here as Indian people at one time through colonization. But it seems like we forgot that, and we turned into a judgment period of looking at our Indian brothers who are in prison and being like, okay, well, you're in prison now. You don't get your per capita anymore. They still have children. They don't stop being Indian. So as tribal council members, I don't know where we come from to think that because you're in prison now, you're not Indian or you don't have rights. They came through just as your grandparents came through, the same path. Yeah, they got maybe we don't know, but we know the social system is not fair. It's not fair. So why are we still allowing our people to go unrepresented in prison still? Yes, they may be doing harm, but they're still victims too. So we have victims at every level here, and we're dividing our people. I feel as division, because we're focused on the victim. We're all victims, like I said. We're all victims. Every one of us are. But when we start to say that one of us are better than the other by taking away their per capita payments, that's saying, okay, you're a dad, and maybe it's like double jeopardy. So here we are at a position now of council, but how effective are we being as council to modify our policies in our tribe to work? Why are we waiting for Governor Newsom to lead the way for our Indian people? Why are we still waiting for Biden to tell us how to be Indian or when it's time to be Indian? Or why are we waiting for these signs of all these numbers you're getting on data when they're right in front of you with your people coming up missing of what they need? It's happening in our schools, like they said. It's ineffective. So it's really hard to get a finger on the pulse here. because it's working in many different levels at the college level, because we're putting so much money, hundreds of millions of dollars into Fresno State. And they're putting money into development of early childhood development. So is anyone here from Fresno State that represents Fresno State here? Okay, and that's what we. Okay, so I spoke with the president about 10 years ago, and when I started talking about working with the tribes with early childhood development and the importance of that with the parents of these teenage parents. If we want to start anywhere, starting with a teenage parent, to help to strengthen them, and not to look at ICWA. It's falling apart now, because what are we waiting for? Are we waiting for someone to tell us how to improve ICWA? We had a meeting last month here, and it was about ICWA because we're in jeopardy of losing the funds for ICWA. What are we not being why are we not being proactive enough in all these situations here? Because to fix a problem, to put the fire out, you're not going to need to go directly to the problem, to the fire. You're going to have to look around your environment and see what's creating the fires. Why are the fires keep on coming, starting? Well, obviously, with this waiting on the United States government to get funds, it's not about funds, it's about education. It's about educating, passing the feather around. Not talking about the feather and the importance of the feather, or writing a policy that talks about. I've never heard about the feather policy, about if a missing woman comes up in my own tribe. So you would think that if it was very important, MMIP, that would be the first thing to be shared with us, in the importance of saying, if a family member comes up in any of your tribes from Northern California or Southern California, we have this new feather program that comes out that's going to allow us to be more effective working with the Public Law 280 to get these officers to work, because it's how you communicate to them. If you communicate and you're waiting for them to help you, they're going to look at you and they're going to wait like this with a blank stare and wait for you to say something that's for them to write down. And then if you don't ask them to repeat back to you what you said, you're going to realize they didn't write anything down the entire time. And this is all the way up to the DA. Believe me, when the casino shut down here, I had to sit with people in Washington where my money was at, in New York where it was at, because that's the only people, that's where it mattered when I opened my casino back up. And so getting my programs back going again, it was all dependent upon me making money for my county and the state. And until the casino was opened back up, nobody cared about my people being hungry. Nobody cared about my women being missing. So now my casino's running, and all of a sudden people care about my family and my tribe. What about those without the tribes? What about those without casinos? We need to figure out how we can be effective, like we talked about earlier, for all people, because what's going on now is we're picking and choosing of who we want to help, because the governor knows what you want to hear. He knows what makes your heart beat fast. He'll compliment your council people on how you look and how good of a job you're doing in keeping your tribe together. In all reality, we haven't moved forward from 30 years ago. We're still faced now, we're talking about these problems again because they're not going anywhere, because at one time there was only one person that went missing. It wasn't a big deal. But to me, that's a crisis. But to you, it's not a crisis. To everyone here in this room, it's not a crisis. One person goes missing, that's a crisis in my family. If one person dies because of heroin abuse, that's a crisis. We're not seeing it like that. I have people on my land, allotment land. My insurance program is providing them the synthetic heroin they need. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about something that we're actually now contributing to this thing the problem that we have. We're talking about drug addiction, but yet here we are making programs that are not protecting the interests of our people. So we're not using our data effectively as tribal council members. If we see people rising with heart conditions, and it's partly due because of what you eat, cholesterol, sugar, and you're feeding that to your people in the casino, and you have that data to that information, are you going to keep on not doing anything about the high cholesterol in your TDR that you're feeding them, where you could change their health And what you could do, how you could do it, you can't force anybody to drink from the water. You can't force anybody to be healthy. But you could encourage them with your jobs by changing the policy effective that are not allowing for Mexican cartels to come onto Indian allotment lands and influence our Indian people to want to protect them, to grow marijuana. Now we have a smoke shop down here that is just, okay, we're going to keep on moving forward. We're going to keep on making money-generating things, but we're never going to fix the one thing that was to begin with of why we got here. Now, my mother here, right here, is right here, and she's a product of that grandmother who came and took her children away. She's a product of ICWA and 18 foster homes in over how many years, Mom? 18 years, 18 foster homes in 18 years. So all odds were against her. When we came home, we weren't welcomed back with open arms to our tribe. I wasn't enrolled for 8 years until I got back here, until I sort of harassed the tribal council to let me in. And we sort of like got it snuck in. But I was one of those people that was like sort of shoved under the rug when I came back here for a job because I didn't fit in to the factions that were running the tribe at the time. And because I am indigenous, I get along with anybody. I could make anything work because that's what I'm taught is peace. Create peace. Create love. That's who I am. I'm Chuck Chansey, and that's who we were. We were a peace-loving tribe. That's how we got so big, because of the peace in our hearts. Now that's what I'm seeing here is that we all have so much drive. We're holding on to so much hurt, but we don't want to let go of that hurt. Letting go of that hurt and how we learn to let go of that hurt and help others is part of our healing. But we're all holding our own positions of power because we think we have to be there to talk about it. So what I'm saying is that it's the 280 process is communicating with the law enforcement, but it's going back to the state of Sacramento, also yourselves, and you're not going to get anything from them. You're going to take to them information. So whatever you talk to them and share with them, if you sit there with a blank stare on your face and you only report data, you're not giving them what they need to know. They need to know how your people are actually doing. And if you're ashamed to talk about that, or if you're ashamed to say and talk about, our problem here in Picayune is not MMIP. It's people who are dying from heroin addiction right in front of us, who are living in Indian houses and selling methamphetamine out of those houses. When they're living and breaking policies, they're out of policies. But here we are picking and choosing housing policies because we haven't shown favoritism to certain factions again. So until you get back to a stable ground that we all belong, and we all are welcome here, and we're all treated fairly, it's going to go into the schools like with my niece. My niece got in a fight with her cousin last week, and she's been fighting her cousins for the past 2 months now. They jumped her in a school. We have people who represent our people. We hire them. But why is it not being ironed out? Why is my niece being suspended still from school? When she has a good heart, these kids have good hearts. They don't know how to harbor this. They forgive really quickly. So why are they holding grudges? Because their parents are teaching them. We're teaching them how to hold grudges. So that's what I'm saying is you're right. It is many areas that we need to work on. But if we're not being honest of why you're on the dirt here today and whose dirt this was, now you're here. Now you have a responsibility in regards to holding that truth. Now it's on your shoulders. But I don't see you holding it with confidence. Anybody could take the hat away from me and put it on your own head. But that hat was my hat. Those are my feathers. They belong on my head. It's genetics. You can never take that away. So working with the people who belong and getting back to a place of truth it goes before this room. It goes to acceptance to your cousins, all your cousins who live on your property, who are from your allotment land, and not just saying, I'm only going to accept this part of my family. I'm only going to accept this part of the tribe. We're going to close enrollment to Chukchansi because we're going to do another audit again. This is bullshit. Excuse my language. We just did an audit. We know who belongs in our tribe. We know who's from here. We know the factions, and we see them taking place again. Now we're spreading it into the politics because now we have certain leaders in there who say they could hold it together. We could hold California together. No, you can't. No one can. It's up to the Creator to hold it together. And until you all figure that out, we're going to have trouble with all of our prayers being heard and listened to. Because it doesn't mean anything. Unless we're praying to the Creator directly and asking Him for his answers. So it's going to be through serious getting down to truth and getting down to business that we're going to get things done, because we don't look to Washington to lead us. We're Indian people. We're a sovereign nation. They look to us. America's a mess. If you're going to look to them, your blanket's going to come all the way apart. And you're going to have so much confusion in every room you go into, because it's going to be Choctaw, it's going to be Cherokee, it's going to be Sioux, Seminole. We're not that. We're one people. We're one people with very different individual, unique situations. So that's what I'm interested in getting back to, is how could I use your information from the San Joaquin Valley, and how could I get the tribes together to be more effective? How could I get that information traveling through more frequently, getting to our people where it needs to go? Because they're the ones that need to know and have trust in you, have trust in the top. But there's too many gaps in regards to when we get that at the circle table from Sacramento and how long it takes to get to me, a citizen of Chukchansi. And I'm here in the middle of the state, so if it takes this long to get here, I know it's not getting up north. I know it's not getting to the far corners of there. So those are the people that need to be touched, because those are the ones that are going missing. That's where the windows are of vulnerability, is with our poor people. It's not the people who are going to get your jobs. It's the ones like me who have said, all right, you guys going to handle it? Go for it. Show me the way. I'm not going to follow you, but I'm going to watch you. And I've been watching for 20 years now, and I'm hearing the same thing over and over. It's still muddy water, and now we're finally here as a group now, but we're still looking at people, and we have factions, sad to say, in tribes. And as long as you have factions in tribes, that tells me we have factions in governments. And it shows it. Republicans and the Democrats are all separated. That's not us. But yet here we are. What's more important is us to go to dinner, a chicken dinner in Sacramento with the state of California, and have representatives come to our casino. But not one time do we make our elders feel that way important in regards to these discussions, where we need to have our elders up there in Sacramento more often. We don't need our council members to talk for us. They're young. They're distorted views. And I hate to say it, I'm young. I have a distorted view. I need an elder by my side oftentimes. And us moving forward and not having our elders and thinking that council is what's putting us behind in regards to our spirit. The spirit is what leads your body. See, when I started healing from my wheelchair, if I wanted to focus on just healing, I would never heal. I would never get out of bed. But if I focus on the spirit, that will pull your body forward. So that's it. Focus on the spirit of what we're here for. We're here on the spirit for our people. That'll pull us forward.
Councilmember Sis.
First, I'd like to say thank you to Morningstar Galley. She's come from a difficult time in her life, and I've seen her since she was a little girl, and her aunties and her directions were a lot different than the common places that we come from. So, she understands the difficulty of the unrecognized, the disenrolled, the people who don't have an equal place in the 280 state. We don't have the advocates, even as minimal as they are, even as difficult it is for recognized tribes to get the assistance that they can and the funding that they can. We don't qualify for any of that. And that there are programs, I know that Berta Guerrero at the Sac Indian Center tries to do for us when our own local area couldn't do dental work for us. She opened up the dental down there to our tribe. We had to travel all the way to Sacramento to get dental assistance because Redding Rancheria or Greenville wouldn't take us because we're not federally recognized, and and some of us don't have any other health care. And you have to have some sort of health care to be able to use the clinic. And so it gets very difficult for the unrecognized, disenrolled people to get the kind of support, and especially with the information that you guys are sharing about the missing and murdered peoples, the women especially. But I would just want to bring up also is that domestic violence also affects us in that if the violent person is a federally recognized Indian, then ICWA works against us. And they might be the ones that shouldn't be represented in the case, but that's how ICWA works because we don't qualify to use ICWA, even if we're the one who has the children and are the ones who are trying to escape a violent situation. And so there needs to be another look at things to protect, and I say again, all of California's Indian people. And a lot of us, we have a hard time protecting our own land, our own fish, our own tribal ways. We had to fight for our own girls' coming of age ceremony on the river because the Forest Service wouldn't close the area and still won't. So we're still fighting for that, a full closure like a real tribe would get. But since we're not a real tribe, we're not eligible for those coming of age rights without fighting for it each time. And that's the basis for teaching our women, teaching our younger people how to think collectively and not so much individually. We're fighting against the schools that teach our kids to be individuals. It's your own grade, it's your own thing, you're responsible for that. Instead of, when I was growing up, we were responsible for each other, to and for each other. And in the tribal structure, and we were responsible to and for our grandmas, to make sure that they understood that they could count on us to carry their wood or get in there and do the dishes or cook or be useful, be helpful. And we had a sense of belonging. And we had a sense of people who depended on us and would defend us if we had problems. We had each other also. But nowadays, we're heading down this individualized kind of capitalistic world. And we're losing the foundation. I was just telling my son the last time I was up here in Corso, Ruby Vargas was here, and we were talking about the fights in the state a long time ago, before this casino was ever here, and the people in Corso, they were all coming together because there were so many things, coming about because of the federal recognition list that was being talked about, in the 80s. Before that, we were enjoying the benefits from the California claims case. We all just started using that for only 8 years. Then they made that list, that killer list, right? And many of us didn't make that list for one reason or another, even though they left us on the maps. So they have evidence we were here, but evidently not enough to put us on the list. And they still study our languages in schools, and they identify that as California Indian language. but still not evidence that we're still here when we still speak that language. And so there's some things really wrong in how California looks at each other, you know, and that's what we have to start considering now, because we're in climate change. And things are changing rapidly. Our rivers are changing. Our fish are changing. You know, even the fish that might be swimming by right there where that gathering place for that museum or culture center or whatever it's going to be, it needs help. And we're the people supposed to help them. You know, we're those people. And if we don't come collectively, you know, what Morningstar was talking about is that the people in our area, you know, that have gone missing, and the families continue to search for them, continue to cry for them, continue to put out ads or notices throughout the time, because, you know, in this state, because of its history, like she said, you know, we come from this genocidal foundation that it seems to be okay to do anything they want to, and especially if you look back on who the intruders were, all of the miners and settlers and ranchers and even the church were all white men. The white men came in and they didn't have any women. And so there was a lot of privileges taken because they could. And now we're recovering from that. We're reclaiming our rights. We're reclaiming the power that women have in holding our families together, you know, and that's the job that hasn't been really talked about. How do our women now hold our families together? My gram says, your tribe is only as strong as your women stand together. That means, you know, sisters can't go after the same man. There needs to be some rules. Even if they liked them, it didn't go out with them, but that doesn't leave it that the other sister goes out with them. You know, there's some things that, you know, are the basics of family support systems, and acknowledging our younger sisters and our younger people and interfering with their business when they say, oh yeah, I can just walk home from this place late at night, and somebody's got to say, no, you can't do that. You know, I'm walking with you or you're not going. Otherwise, you know, we allow things to take place. And I think that a lot of the information that you guys shared, you know, also leaves out unrecognized, and I don't know how we're identified on these things, because there doesn't seem to be any mechanisms to really report what's happening to the unrecognized tribes or the disenrolled members of the tribes, if we're still counted in those things or not. I'm thinking not, because I don't remember getting any information saying what happened. But that's part of the problem, is reporting too. And we are at the UN asking for that support in the unrecognized tribes to be a people, a real people that have lived here and still live here and still do our ceremonies and still fight the system. But there's no funding. It's almost like a cultural genocide happening by ignoring and suppressing your rights. And every day I see that. You know, we're doing a thing with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and they say, well, if you were a federally recognized tribe, you know, we could give you some money up front. Like, oh, I guess we're too rich for that. We're going to have to raise some money so that we can invoice for the things. But you see, it comes in all different places that that recognition is not, it should not be here in California because of the California claims case. I mean, we all have roll numbers that identify that we were a part of that decision out of the judicial system here, and that we paid for all of these lands that got recognized out of that claims case. So we're all partners. We should all be partners in all of these lands because, take it, we own part of it. We paid for it. So if we can, I did drive up to see Morning Star, and I have done a lot of other things, just like my Grams did, for a lot of people. And we continue to do that, whether or not you're federally recognized or not. We don't hold that against you. But we need to open our eyes and take care of each other better. And these programs, I think that we are short of them in the North State, in the rural areas especially. But if there is some sort of Zoom programs like that, then, maybe that will help us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, council member. And I am going to, again, cut off comments, and I apologize for that because we are, again, over time, and I think folks are probably getting hungry. If you have questions, comments, thoughts, please save them for the next panel because I think it'll be very much related. And we'll also have kind of open comment after that panel as well, so we encourage you to have that prepared. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to Morningstar. Really wonderful information and a lot to work on, and I think if you're still around, folks, feel free to approach them during lunch. We will break for lunch for about 45 minutes. There's a buffet available, and there's tables for you to sit at. And then we'll come back at around 2:30 and start our next panel.
Actually, I'm going to jump in really quick. We want to do a blessing of the food.
Okay.
So, Shauna Alexander.
Hili hidia yokach hoke shana. Hili sipimayin. Khate na mai. Khate mai goldna khatashi. Mitchkais holki amayo holkinin yo weehanaan. Hoke shag mai. Kaiush.
repeat that again later for everyone who's not listening to me right now. So I'd love to welcome up our fourth panel with community discussion, and this is on the S Valley renaming process. So I'd like to welcome up Kenneth Woodrow, Chairman of Waksashi Tribe, Roman Raintree from Dunlap Mono and Wauchumni, and Teddy Simon, who is Navajo and an advocate for the Racial and Economic Justice Program at the ACLU of Northern California. And I'll leave you all to it.
Hello, I'm Kenneth Woodrow, Waksashi Indian Tribe. I attended a meeting earlier this year concerning the S Valley issue. I was actually there just in the audience to see how it was going to be handled, how it was going to be taken. Getting there, I was sitting in the background, just watching, listening. I found documents on the history of the valley itself. Being a direct descendant from some of the areas that were in that beginning, 1850s, 60s, 70s, it came to my attention that California had the Genocide Act going on. And I started reading into the paper, unpublished manuscript from the local pioneer family, that when they got up there, all they found were women. And, you know, to me, I brought to the attentions of the, you know, the board up there, you know, S Valley people, the board of supervisor, you know, the supervisor was there. Apparently he was trying to contact me, and apparently I'm pretty hard to get a hold of. So I sat there, listened to it. It's really hard to sit back and listen to people that are talking derogatory of women. You know, I have a mother. I have 4 daughters. I have a wife. I have 2 sisters. They're very powerful women. And to listen to them say that S word, my mom was in a boarding school. Her sisters, brothers were sent away to Nevada. Took her back several decades ago, asked her how it was there. And she goes, one day, son, they're going to find the little ones here, the ones that never made it out. And, you know, I'm going, well, that can't be true, because there has to be something somewhere for all the children that were there. Not knowing that basically we were just head count for a money-making process. So I went down to Riverside, started looking at all the paperwork, dealing with the boarding schools, about my people and the adjacent people, the other family members, tribal members. What she told me and what I understood, when she tried to escape 3 times, they called it red line, where they would put the child in front of the other children and beat them with sticks. To me, you know, it's like, no, that couldn't happen. You know, 1940s, 1950s. And all the records that I looked at, they must have been cleansed, because I never saw no disparate action on all the women and children that were there. I mean, we're talking a 7-year-old child going away to boarding school. Everything, I go, well, there's nothing about her trying to escape 3 times, getting caught, beaten. For some reason, these records were cleansed. So that led me to the next thing, is like, okay, how much records are being cleansed before we get to them? Because all my people, you know, never got their school records. And I said, you know what, I need to pull these up. I need to look at what happened to every individual. You know, there's the Wilcoxes, Eddie Sarducci, my aunt, the Garcias. You know, I pull up the records. And I go, why aren't they so clean? It's like they were the best students in the world. But in reality, they're being trained to be housemaids and such. I saw some of the local families that were there requesting that some of the children be adopted to them. And my aunt, Lillian Garcia, she would fight for them. Her and my aunts, Hazel and Daisy, they wrote letters, even though they only spoke, they spoke English, but they didn't read and write English, so they had other people write it for them. And seeing these records from the 20s and 30s, handwritten letters saying, we love our daughter, we want her back, please send them back, the Davis families, we need her back. And, very wealthy families, like my mother was supposed to be adopted out to the family that she was a babysitter for up in Lake Tahoe, a very wealthy family. And my aunts and her sister fought for her to be returned to her people. It was hard because they wanted to move her to Alaska, and women at that time did not have a voice. They were, especially Indian women, they had no bank accounts, they had nothing. They didn't, as natives, we didn't get the right to vote till the 1920s. So it was like we're third-class citizens in our own state. So when I went to this Squaw Valley hearing, whatever you want to call it, I've already felt threatened as soon as I got there, because being a person of color and having all these Europeans around me, descendants, talking, well, we like that name. It's our name. The Indians should like it. Why do they not like it? And, to me, raising up with my mother, who was a very small person, in a sense, in height. She was only like 5 foot. And, but she had a heart. She'd been through so many atrocities in her life that, to see a small little lady able to put down principals, police officers, with just her verbiage. I had a lot of respect for women. But I would never, my father, who was in World War II, he goes, I would never call your mom that, the S word. Because he goes, I've seen atrocities and more, but I'm not going to mess with your mom. She doesn't like that name. Don't you ever call her that name. And I, of course not. To me, it's derogatory. I'm not going to put my position on everything, but I would never do that to a fine lady. So when the board supervisor, whoever he is, I don't even know who he is, just said, well, I called him, he's not showing up. And, Raymond, the Raintree here, goes, well, I let him know that this is going on. I said, well, I need to go up there. So I did a phone interview with some of my elders, and they're saying, well, if they can't change the name, maybe we need to demonstrate why it was named that. And when I look at the records, the founding pioneer families pretty much said they were killing all the Indian males. And there's also reference into this unpublished manuscript of how some of the children of these pioneer families were some of the rapes that went on, from the Indian women, because they had nothing to say, and it doesn't come out and say they were raped, but it says several of the soldiers' children are in there from the Indian women. I'm a direct descendant to those areas, like Dr. Jack Tyner, Molly, Lucy Charlie, Molly Charlie, who was Molly Tyner, Turner. My mother is, my great-grandfather was Tom Tyner, and we're all related. Even though some say, that's over the hill from where you're from. We moved around, we didn't, we were Michihe over here, Pawisha, Waxahachie, Michihe, Coyote, these are all the historical names of our tribes. We're historical tribes. We're not, hate to say it, but not a created tribe, and there's nothing wrong with a created tribe because they service their people. But when it came down to it, it's just like, I can't sit back here and let them say these things. It's not in our language. It's not in our books. It's not in our dictionaries. I've looked through, 20 dictionaries for our languages. Nothing there. And I said, well, we don't say that about women. I guess it's a European West Coast or East Coast. It's derogatory, but my mom understood it to be derogatory too in her time period. And I would never call a woman that. But, you know, that's my feelings. You know, it was all, how would I say it? The state started it, you know. We have 2 treaties. They basically had to get rid of the indigenous people, and, you know, the males and the women suffered, and, you know, we had no support system. We have nothing. So, you know, it just irritated me that after the fact, the supervisors coming in saying, we are the ones, the problems, you know, for the name of, you know, S Valley. But in actually, reality is the federal government and the state decided to do what was honorable, you know, get rid of these names. But, you know, my whole point was to show up, maybe put signage up there, do like some of the other tribes, put a little sign on the side saying, you know, this is why it's called this name. But I thank the federal government and the state for doing the action they did. And I think, you know, Raymond here for letting me know about what was going on, because I talked to my elders and they're just like, well, you know, we've always known it as Squaw Valley, you know, and I go, but, you know, we're Chickamina, we're Choinumni, you know, I have direct descendancy to that village where they're talking about. You know, our dance was there, the bear dance, you know. So it's just like, you know. But the worst thing is naming it that name, you know. It just, and all the issues that women have today, it just breaks my heart. Here you go.
Thanks, Ken. I really appreciated your support that day. It really did mean a lot, as well as my brother Delane. It means a lot that day. My name's Roman Raintree, and this effort really was born out of love, really the love of my mother. My mother was sick with cancer, and about a month before she crossed over, she was looking for her final resting spot and had to really decide between one tribe and another. And the reason why is because one tribe doesn't have any access to it. You have to cross private property to gain access. So she went with another tribe. And it was during that conversation when we left the funeral, and she had told me her plans, her final wishes, that I asked her, do you think our people will ever be recognized as long as a pejorative is the name of our ancestral homeland? And she said no. So after her passing, this is how I dealt with my grief. This is how I dealt with my mourning. And this is how I decided to honor her. And I was reminded a lot of times by a lot of the women elders to move forward in a good way, to move forward with love. And so when my board of supervisor refused to hear me, refused to put me on the agenda, refused to even take the time to address the topic, we didn't get angry, we didn't protest. Instead, I recalled what my mother said to me: we send you to college to learn how to think like them, not act like them, so you can outsmart them. So don't protest. We go back to the drawing board and say, okay, these are my resources and these are what I have available. And at that time, I have to admit, I was really real low, because that month I had lost my father too, to COVID. And at that moment, I felt like maybe I couldn't go on. There was nobody who was willing to take up the effort, and I knew I could have walked away with that excuse and nobody would have thought anything. But it was through that journey that really recentered me and brought me back to the Creator, because the Creator was really the only one who was supporting me. When you have family members who don't believe in you, and you have people who think that it's a long shot, it's kind of lonely. But through prayer, I was able to be comforted in the thought that when I asked, say, hey, Creator, I don't think I can go past a year with this, given how just the tip of the iceberg is. And an overwhelming relief comes over. It says, I knew you before you knew yourself. Don't worry about that. So people like the ACLU the following month came on board. Other members and residents who were non-native started to come on board. And then in November, Deb Hovland announced her removal of the S word from all federal lands. And the pendulum just swung and stayed in our side from there on out. And I think about that, just how lonely it was early on, and how my prayer was the only thing I had. The only thing I had to grab onto, to hold on to, and to believe in. And now it's easy to love a winner. But then it wasn't so easy. And so, same thing, going back to it, federal acknowledgement. That's what it leads me to. And why I will never really kind of give up on it is because, again, my relationship has been strengthened. And yeah, I know it's not the same journey, but somehow my prayers tell me just keep moving forward in a good way. You know, try to be positive as best you can. Try to continue the dialogue, an open line of communication. Listen. There's much to learn. There's much to teach. And you can't do it by yourself. We need everybody. It's not a native problem. It's a humanistic problem. Because we're talking about acknowledging a people, and that's why it was the first step. Because what are they doing right now? Those residents who made death threats at that community meeting, who spit at me, who call me whatever name they could use to find or hurt me, they're now asking themselves, what is a Yokut? What is that? Who are they? Where do they come from? And that's the first step. We're dialoguing now. We're talking, we're asking those questions. And then maybe we can ask, what happened to those people in that area? Because that area, of course, as you know, resources are limited for those without federal acknowledgement. I had to do my own research, how to use that education and put it to use. And I found that little area that is now Yokuts Valley is the most populated place in all of America with tribes actively petitioning for federal acknowledgement. There's 5 that I can count off the top of my head right now. There's 9 total in Fresno County, the most of any county in all of America. And so the renaming was really just that. It was working through my grief. How do I get people to see us for who we really are? It came about being Yokuts Valley when it started off as Noon Valley, because part of the rules were for the federal petition process is if you're going to change it, you got to propose a new name. So I proposed Noon Valley. People didn't like that one. Proposed Bear Mountain Valley, which is a name that is used there in a lot of businesses. Bear Mountain Auto Mechanic, Bear Mountain Pizza. They didn't like that either. So I reverted back to Noon Valley. And it was the Yokut elders and folks that said, if you're going to name it, you might as well name it Yokuts Valley, at least honor the true inhabitants. And so the dialogue started. And I hope that the dialogue will somehow transition into the acknowledgement process. I don't know what it's like in other parts of the state. I just know that this is now tied with my identity. Whether I realized it before or not, it always has been. My grandfather spent the last of his years advocating for it. Didn't matter that he goes before Congress. I'm a World War II vet. I'm a Korean veteran. No, we're still not acknowledged. Now my uncle, Junior, taking up the same mantle. And I've come to realize in the past month that, oh, wow, I'm just a generation removed from you guys. And my children are not going to be youth for much longer, and they have to inherit this plight. And so I guess that's what really started. I just was really sad and angry, and rather than let that corrupt me, just challenge it with love. And so that's really what the journey is. It hasn't stopped. It's really just trying to be patient and considerate and acknowledging that we're all human beings and that the only way we're going to get forward is through discussions like this, by asking those hard questions, by dialoguing and maybe not even saying anything, just living in the moment with those hard questions. And then coming back, the constant line of communication. Because me, like I tell people, I didn't do anything. If my parents were here, they would have said, Roman, when you get out there and make your offering with your tobacco or your cedar, you remember one thing. You didn't do anything. You got to be glad and thank that the Creator even chose you to be a vessel to bring this message. And so that's really where I'm coming from. I hope that we can continue the discussion. I hope we can get serious about the discussion. And even when it's difficult, we acknowledge that's more of a reason to discuss it, because it is so difficult, because it is so hard. And that's really what the basis is of the name change, is to acknowledge us. That's what the federal government uses. That's their terminology, acknowledgement. I hear recognition used interchangeably, but I beg to differ that it's acknowledgement, because recognition says you're in the room, but you stay over there. Acknowledgement, you're not even in the room, you don't exist. Invisibility. And that's exactly what I showed the Board of Supervisors the last time I went to them. I turned my back on them, told them, this is how you make us feel, invisible. And their response was to have me escorted out by sheriffs. So, dialogue. I hope that you'll go back and to your respective communities and tell them, these people want Governor Newsom to have the powers of executive order to challenge it. Be creative, be innovative, do what California says it does, and lead the country. I heard a gentleman last night say there's power in words. So I ask you, with me now, just to repeat these few words with me. Governor Newsom, acknowledge all tribes. And just like with that, and I tell people, I didn't do anything. All I did was echo a voice that had long since been silenced. And everybody else that came on board to help out only amplified that call, amplified that silenced voice of those people who were assaulted, our mothers, our sisters, to the tune of that word. Remember them. Amplify that voice. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Teddy. I'm an Indigenous Justice Advocate at the ACLU of Northern California and citizen of the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Chairman Woodrow, for bringing the history of the boarding schools in as well. That's how, through a very long and winding path, my family came to be here in California and share that history of Riverside. And I also want to acknowledge I feel very kind of awkward being the person up here in front of the room with the microphone right now. I'm not a California native person. I'm not from California, and I'm certainly not a person from the Central Valley, the San Joaquin Valley, or the Fresno area. And I think there are a lot of Indigenous women in this room who are all of those things who we want to hear from. So instead of using my westernized education slides and notes, I'm just going to share a few things with you, and then I'm happy to share kind of the rest of what I had been thinking about with council or anyone if folks would find that interesting or useful. I also want to recognize and name that I work for a big and for some folks powerful, well-resourced organization that was founded and led by white people in a legal profession that certainly did no favors for Native people for a very long time. So I also come with a hope and desire to change that part of the history of the organization that I work for and represent today, and hope that we can continue to learn and grow and build relationships, real relationships, and respond to the needs and priorities and interests of Native communities here in California and all over the country. So that's kind of the frame that the ACLU joined this campaign about 2 years ago, was to be in support. So we heard a little bit earlier today about the crisis of MMIR, and this word, this S word, really kind of encapsulates in many ways what that means. So this is a word that causes harm, that actively causes harm and trauma, not just to Native women and girls, but to Native communities, and it should represent harm to all people. In also doing some of our own historical research, we found news articles from Sacramento, from farther in the North State, where you see this S word used over and over again in reference to settlers, miners stealing Native women specifically to use them. One of the quotes was as supplies for labor and lust, which is still something that that makes my stomach really turn. So when we would talk with people about this campaign, some folks would say, right, but like it's just a word, it's just a name, it's just a place name, like it's just a mascot, right, or it's just a symbol or an image. It's not. And so much work is happening behind the scenes when we see this word. There's this big Caltrans sign on the side of a highway that says S Valley, and that's the only representation that Native people have. That's the only thing that a lot of people see about Native people is this horrible image. So it's not just a name, and it's so absurd and ridiculous that still in 2023 there are places on our maps that hold this word. So as Roman was alluding to, there were lots of different pieces moving where there was local advocacy with a board of supervisors who couldn't care one way or less about a large part of their constituency, and I think we're just happy to gain political points with the far right and say that they didn't want this name to be changed. And so if the local government wasn't going to do anything about it, what were all the other avenues that we could look towards? Was that the state government and working with Morningstar, Restoring Justice for Indigenous People, Alliance of Boys and Men of Color to pass AB 2022. So now, starting in 2025, there will be no signs, there will be no places in California unless they're on private property that hold this name. It's kind of funny to celebrate that as a victory. That's not something that we should have to celebrate, just like we shouldn't have to celebrate the first cabinet level Native person, but it's a first step, it's a good step. And then also with the federal government, so Secretary Holland had a secretarial order removing the S word from federal geographic features. And a geographic feature is like a creek or a mountain. It's not a populated place. So at first, actually, the secretarial order was not going to cover what is now Yokuts Valley because it was a populated community. And so we said, basically, well, no, if you're going to do it. So we advocated with the federal task force, and who knows if their plan all along was to include populated places, but they chose to then include 6 populated places, 2 in California, 1 in Tennessee, and I can't remember off the top of my head where the other 3 were. And then also working through the U.S. Board of Geographic Names. And it kind of felt like find and pull every lever that you can to try and make this important thing happen. And all of those pieces kind of wound up coming together. There's still work to be done. The supervisor ordered county workers to put an S Valley sign back up on public property, which is now, we believe, to be in violation of state law. So that work isn't done, and then we still need to figure out where all the S Valley circles or cul-de-sacs or 2-lane streets are in California, and just get rid of, let's just get rid of all of them. So that work still remains. And I will wrap up just by saying, some of the ACLU's other Indigenous justice work relates to all of these issues. We're working across the country to prepare for a response to the Supreme Court case Brackeen v. Holland, which is trying to overturn ICWA, which I've heard a number of people talk about the importance and the limitations of ICWA today, and how can we make that law stronger here in California, and how can we make it apply to and protect more people. And also working on the protection of sacred sites and land back, which is very much related to honoring the ancestral people of California and making sure not only are they not named after racial slurs, but they're returned to the hands of the people that were created there on that land and for that land. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you all. Just one more note is that the work isn't done on name changes, and there's still an ongoing iterative process with the U.S. Board of Geographic Names to identify derogatory names to places. Jason McCannell, who's in the room, serves as part of that group. So if you have ideas for him, please feel free to just connect with him. We know in California there's, the D word, there's multiple words that are named after different people who committed different acts of genocide, and then were named for those places. So just flagging that for all of you. This is such heartening news and such great progress in a place where it seems like there was a lot of resistance. So just so much congratulations to this panel for, taking that small but meaningful step forward. We'll open it up again for comments, questions, thoughts. And again, we ask that you just be mindful of everyone wanting some time to be able to weigh in on this topic. So if you have a comment, please feel free to raise your hand. And then for folks that are here to comment generally, we'll let you know when that time is too. So right now we're just specific to this panel.
Lalo Franco with the Wauchumni tribe. I was very, very happy to hear that finally came to pass, that we're going to get rid of this name from a sacred place. Our people, the Wauchumni, that place right outside of that city, that little town there, the one they call Bear Mountain, Noho Dumet, is a sacred place. The story goes that the Great Spirit, Trohill, he came to the people down in the valley and told them, I'm going to flood the world. The people have turned bad. I'm going to bring the rain, and the world is going to be covered with water. So the people that heard the message and believed it started going up that mountain. And they say, the old people, that the rain came, the wind came, and was knocking people back down into the valley, but only the strongest were able to go up to the top. And the ones that made it up there, and we don't know how many, the story doesn't say how many, but they survived up there for a long time by just eating the animals that came to the shore from the world being flooded. And after they were there for a long time, nobody knows how long the waters receded, and then the people were able to come down to the valley, and then the world was repopulated again. And there's many stories like that, here in our valley about the world coming to an end and we began again, resetting and things like that. So, but that place up there is a sacred place. So I'm really, really happy, personally, that the name got changed. But it's also part of what was prophesied a while back, well over 40 years ago, that we were going to see these type of things happening all over the country and with different people. It was Chief Pliny Wampum, the corn nut chief. That logo the people got rid of him. The people in Minnesota. The Frito Bandito, another offensive, logo was rid of by groups in Texas. Aunt Jemima, different. The Redskin. Oh, we've been fighting the Redskin logo or name for a number of years, and trying to educate people as we went along that the word Redskin it's offensive. But, oh no, please don't get rid of my Redskins. I used to get calls. Please, Tulare Union, one of the schools in local, close to where we live on Visalia, the Tulare Union Redskins. Also, those people were stubborn and nasty. They cussed us out, and we're keeping our Redskins. No, they got to get rid of that. So it's all part of the cleansing and the change that was prophesied a long, long time ago. And we still have, as was mentioned, a few more that we need to tackle. There's still a bunch of creeks in Tulare County that are very derogatory. Creeks, and we need to get rid of those. But again, white Americans don't like to be told what to do. They have in their mentality, this is our land. We conquered it. These are the spoils of war. They belong to us. And we Native people were just in the way. Remember, a long time ago it was declared we were not human beings. Some of that still persists to this day. So we have to really fight hard, rally around our young brothers, the ones that have the energy and the insight and the patients like Roman and other elders here, Woodrow and other people here that can help us. So we still have a ways to go. Thank you.
For those that didn't catch my name is Delane Bill. I live in Dunlop. I'm not going to say I'm from there. I was told we were from everywhere. I'm not going to put my family in no boundary because there was no boundaries. Squaw Valley's been there since I rode that bus since kindergarten, preschool. And that's over 50 years ago. Lived with it, grew up with it, got teased by it. Then learned how to tease with it. The name changed, all right, I guess by law, you know. That's good. But the businesses still have Squaw Valley Trading Post on it with a chief head. I'm like, how twisted is that? You know. These people were angry. They're still angry because when I walk in those stores, we call it our Walmart, and it's a dollar store. They just nothing but stare because they know, hey, there's that guy that was standing on that podium with that young man. But I've got that all my life also, and like some of us do still today. You know, it's sad that we finally really step up and make a voice of it, because back in the 60s, 70s, people were still scared of white people because we had consequences of what we said or what we did or what we stood up for. It's all good and fine when we're, you know, there's more than just two of us there. But then when we got to go out there by ourselves and be with that society that still feels like they do, still today, right now, still talking about it, I can feel it. They'll always be there. I heard Americans out there. I heard veterans out there. I heard half-breeds out there. I heard community members out there cussing, hollering, and just whining. The young man tried to put a point across. This ain't about all that. That's done. We're trying to see if you guys agree with the name, man. If you like it, okay. And that board member that was there, just let him speak. Because he was there for votes. When I seen him, I go, this guy's here for votes. He don't want to lose his votes. So he had really no concern of mine being there. But my concern was this young man's safety. Because he was going to go down, then I was going to go down also, but I wasn't going to be the only one. Because these people would have hurt us, you know. That's an ugly feeling, if nobody's ever felt that before. It's a place of, I'm going to lose, but I'm going to give it my best. And it's just like these fights we're going through today. We might be losing yet, but we're still going on forward about all the issues we have in our lives, in our community, our families, our medicines, our beliefs. That's real. In America, it's not real. It's man-made. It's fake. But we have to conform to society just to get along, just to survive. Put our mask on every day sometimes, walk out that door and get it done and come back home, and then we can relax at peace. It ain't nothing like opening my gate at that dirt road and say, all my relations, because I do every night when I get home. That's the safest spot I have, because it's scary out there. So every time I leave that gate, I go, Chipney, keep me safe from these white people. I don't want their teachings. I don't want their society. I don't want their ways. Keep me as you created me from the beginning. I'm not American. I don't believe in it. My grandpa fought in World War II, yeah. But did they have to or did they want to? My dad was in the Navy, said he should have never went because he was just a servant to the captains. They told him he was going to be a radar man, but they made him a cook, a steward. We all have our reasons. We all have our thoughts, our hurts. But we're all different because right at that meeting, Gladys Dick had no problem with Squaw Valley. You know? And some, Marie Dominguez, I believe it was, said, my family named this valley. And another young lady said, my grandma used to call me a squaw. Oh, my little squaw. I said, dang, you should have met my grandma. She would have slapped you upside your head. It's just something how people don't understand, and some people want to understand. So a singer has Apaches. They love Apaches, the high school. Right here, Sierra High School, Chieftains. Man, that's a tough crowd there too. That's something like Squaw Valley if you're going to go up against them. And they're not even from the mountains. Most of them come from the valley. So if we can't deal with people that we don't understand ourselves, when we can't even understand our own families and communities and come together, then we're not going to have that fight that we want as far as unity and understanding. And I'm not going to say forgiveness because I don't forgive nobody about my people. I'm passionate for my people. But Creator's put me in a spot to see, to hear, to feel, and to speak in a good way. And I see things deeper than most people. Like I hear people speaking and they see a different way. They see the inner spirit of each other, the inner spirit of Mother Earth, of the water, of the rocks. You know. Tomorrow I go in ceremony after over a year on my land that I use from ancestors that were there before us. Not Monos, not Yokuts, I don't know. Tribes that don't even exist no more that walk those lands. And they're the ones that we forget all the time. So when you say your tribe's name and your people's name, don't forget about their people's and their tribe's name before they came, before they were here. The beginning of time. You know. And then we can see and then we can talk. Because once we start spreading ourselves out like we're doing, you stay over there, I'll stay over here. I don't believe that way. We do it this way. That's my song. That's not your song. We're no different. If we're going to be Yokuts, well then we'll be Yokuts. Thank you, all my relations.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rayuka Raintree. It's my daughter Lola, my son Xavier behind the camera. Just wanted to kind of leave people with something hopefully positive and encouraging. One of the issues we dealt with renaming as Valley was opposition. As Delane said, sometimes it was our own people who believed that that was okay. And by own, I should specify, I'm not a California Indian. I'm Choctaw and Siksika, so I know it from a different angle. But as you can see, I'm also Black Indian, which has its own unique struggles. And as you all know, we're working really hard towards reparations. You see us out there in the streets every day just begging not to be killed, and they're literally telling us, nah. So after a while, you start to remember that this is their game. These are their rules. This is their government, and these are their laws. They have no incentive to play fair. They have no incentive to listen. So what happened with renaming as Valley was we didn't need them to listen. We played their game, and they thought we didn't know how to read the rules. They thought that we would give up. They saw how disorganized the community was because, again, you had people, not a lot, but you had people who were indigenous saying, we love that word. What are you doing? Stop it. Don't do it. Because sometimes the people can be so oppressed that they don't realize that they're being demeaned with the things that they've been called for so many years. Happens in every ethnicity that's ever been conquered, as they say. So the reason, one of the many reasons Roman was so successful is because they didn't listen. They didn't believe. They didn't think he could do it. And they didn't understand he had the patience of Job. So when he showed up and said, I'd like to meet with you, and they said no, he made sure he documented that. I was right there telling him, write it all down, write everything down. So when Nathan Maxick said, you never came to my office, yes, I did. I have what the young people call receipts. So when it happened, they panicked. As everyone saw all over the news, they panicked. How could this happen? How did you let this get by? And I was right there at that very volatile meeting saying, ask your representative. Because we talked to him, we begged him, we did everything they told us to do. We didn't cross you. We didn't steal your S word away from you. Your representative who you paid, your employee, didn't bother to pay attention. So not only was he ignoring indigenous people, he ignored you all. And that resonates a lot more with the community than going head to head. For us, going head to head didn't matter. Being able to say, hey, we followed the rules. We used the same democratic process that is available to every Californian here, every Fresno County person here, and pretty much the same in other counties. It's pretty cookie cutter depending on what it is you're working towards. So I've heard a lot of pain. I've heard a lot of struggles from drug abuse, bullying in schools, et cetera. I have a nonprofit organization called Seeds of Sovereignty, and it is 99.9% just me. I had people fight me when I gave away free backpacks. I had people fight me when I gave away free food. I had people fight me when I taught kids how to code. I had people fight me when I tried to teach them, hey, you know how to get a scholarship, you know how to apply for college, you know how to get the grades, but did they teach you how to work with a roommate? Because when you get there, they're going to try to touch your feathers. When you go to class, they're going to go through your stuff. And you may not have a home to leave your stuff at while you're at college. And I try to get grants, but because the people that I'm choosing to help are non-acknowledged, we don't even get attention. So I have to go out there sometimes with my own money. I have to go out there doing my own thing and sometimes being dismissed because we don't have an office, because we don't have a full staff. So I say that to say to you, sometimes you just have to do it yourself. As every woman in here knows, sometimes you just gotta go do it yourself. If the kids are being bullied at school and they're not listening to you, you don't need them to listen to you. You need to get to the kids. Get to where they are. And you know where they are. You know where they're vaping. One of the things I learned as a mother in Clovis Unified, which is one of the most difficult school districts for Black and Indigenous children, was I didn't realize I had a right to come to the school anytime I saw fit. So I did. I showed up. I got my little visitor's badge, and I said, I'm coming to see my child. And of course, they would announce it. So of course, my kid was acting right by then. But I would go in that classroom, and all those bullies now knew this child has a mother, and she's going to show up. And I would look at my kid, point to the one that called you out your name, so that when I got back to the office, I want to make sure you understand, we both know who that child is, and I expect something to be done. They wouldn't do anything. So I waited at pickup, and I looked for that kid to get in a car. And then I walked up to that car, and I said to that parent, you and I need to have a conversation. Here's my phone number, because your child will not cross my child again. So either you're going to work with me, or I'm going to take the next step. Some cases, they still didn't work with me, and now that child no longer goes to that school. So I don't say that to say that you're not trying or that you're not doing the best that you can. I'm saying sometimes you just got to do it yourself. You're going to be dejected, you're going to be hurt, you're going to get exhausted, but sometimes you have to do it yourself. If your tribe is not banding together to help with a community program, find that one parent, that other parent, that cousin, that nephew, that kid that's excited to do something, and come together and try to do what you can. It doesn't have to be big. I'm living proof. You don't need a grant all the time, but just come together and do what you can. Just take a small bite, because that one bite, that one spark is enough to start a wildfire, as Californians all know. My son is here recording as part of a project called the Gatekeepers Project. We applied for a grant under California Truth and Healing, and we did not get approved. But he's still here. He was able to borrow the equipment for free so that he can document this for other students. And now there are other kids who want to document their tribe's language, their tribe's culture, something that doesn't exist. The inspiration for that was UC Berkeley. Again, like I said, I'm not California Indian, and I'm trying to learn the languages of my husband's people so that I can teach my kids a lot easier. It's easier for me to teach my kids if I know the language. But I had to pay to have access to somebody I can walk up to. So his grandparents, his aunts, and his uncles are right here, but to get access to those recordings, I had to pay. My kids have to pay. And even when we paid, we didn't get the recordings. And that was frustrating. And every time someone comes into the community and says, oh, if you just give us photos, oh, if you just give us your documents, oh, if you just let us record you for this and let us record you for that, we never see them again. And when we ask for access to stuff that we're in, that's my face, that's my child's face, that's my husband's face, their Dita, their grandpa, everyone, oh no, well, there's some red tape with that, we can't let you access it. Then what did you get it for? Who's seeing it? Who's it for? So we decided to do the Gatekeeper Project so that our own people could access it first. No more locking it away in some university that our kids don't even get scholarships to. My son does not have a scholarship to go to college. He just made Dean's List. He's an honor student. He goes to 2 high schools to achieve his goal, and there is no guarantee that when he graduates next year that he is going to go to college, because he is a non-acknowledged Indian. Because of the way the bureaucracy is with my tribes, he can't even enroll there. So here you have an honor student able to help his own community that may never realize that goal because he's non-acknowledged. So we have to find another way to make money. I had to get creative. I had him start his own business, taking pictures, recording elders, putting that information together so that people his age, people his sister's age, never have to go beg someone else who got a grant, got an entire new building at a university, got all sorts of funding for everything else off of our information that we can't even access. So I'm hoping that most people don't leave here dejected. I hope that people don't feel as if it's hopeless. It is difficult, and as Roman said, it is lonely. You're going to want to give up, but sometimes all you need is just one other person. If they're not going to listen, there's no use shouting into the void. Just do it yourself. And there is always someone who knows how to do something that you don't know how to do. So reach out. Social media is amazing. There's always that person that's not going to comment under your post that's going to call you, text you, email you, private message you. I'm usually that one that says, hey, what school district is it? Would you like me to come with you to the office to talk to them about how they're treating your kid? You're not alone. It's just there's so many of us out here that sometimes we can't hear you. So you have to shout a little louder, and sometimes you just have to light the fire yourself. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. In regards to that, the renaming and the influence of so many outside entities influential into Native American business, it's all about that money in regards to what they're after. They don't really care about us, and it's sad that we don't all see that as Native Americans. A lot of us are affiliated in many ways with other groups. And one in particular is that I faced here locally was the Clampers and the Masons. And so they're really quiet, but they're always there in regards to around the money and around our assets. And we didn't really see that here until we had problems of our own, and then we see all the worms come out of the woodwork of whose interests are here. And that's really what our tribes are being affected by here in California, is the outside of, like Brother said, of the interests of neighborhood people who think they're not educated correctly. And a lot of that's goes back to our education that we're taught in schools. Sad to say, is what we're taught early on is sort of like a brainwashing, and even it's still going on today in regards to what direction they want to go in with our universities in regards to anthropological work where they're working at, and you see it here in the area. Yeah, we don't want to see anybody left out, but working together the most at this level here, and through collaboration and you know, we can't agree upon everything, but one reason why we are part of our tribes is for that identity, and that gives us common grounds to work. But as long as that we're not, you know, interested in coming back and giving 100% all into wherever we're from, whether it's Choctaw, Chukchansi, we all have our own constitutions. So we hope to get our policies lined up, hopefully, with what we're saying here eventually, so we could, you know, cover that more effectively in regards to our children and elders. What's going on is that we're moving so fast, it seems like, and we want to do so much good, but like I said, we're all still divided in many ways throughout the California, and it's good to have more of these conversations in regards to this idea, because it seems like we can all get there eventually in regards to understanding that when we work against something, it really is undermining our privileges as indigenous people and our rights not only to the water. One thing I wanted to bring up was our water. So we're working hand in hand here in this forum, but in other forums, we're not working so closely. So California water is a big issue for me, because I feel that it goes hand in hand with missing persons and the water rights. There's always bigger things that they want to distract us from, and what's important. There's nothing more important than life. Life and water and our land is what gives us that opportunity to have a good life. And so all of these things are good, but as long as it gets us back together again, that's the whole purpose, is not to get too far out on these subjects that get us off track of where we need to be as a California people, as Yokuch, as the people of wherever we are from. That's oftentimes what our names refer back to, is your name. That Yokuch is just saying human or distinct people. Has no distinction back to tribe. It has distinction back to rivers and mountains and the areas, that area. But in regards to who you are, it doesn't say anything about who you are that lives there. You know, we eat fish, we eat trout, we eat from the food, the berries and things like that. That's all it describes there. So like Brother says, the holding on to certain things that we learn to move on, it helps us to, being Indian was because we had nothing. That's how our people got what we got to in our knowledge and our connection with the Creator, is through nothing. And so it's hard to get there because we have everything today. We're so strong. We have everything. You have clothes, you're dressed. You don't got to worry about the Creator asking, you know, do I have wood for my fire? What am I going to eat today? Because you all have that. You all take care of yourself. So your prayers, you're basically praying for what you know you're going to get. You're not, your prayers are got to be more heart. You got to be more hungry for what you want sometimes. And sometimes going without is always good a little bit, you know, to go a little extra hour before you're going to eat, to push yourself to that limit again so you could see clearly and think clearly again. Because now what we do is we start attacking each other, and that's what they want. They want us to figure out through our human errors that we can't figure out this problem, and it's really simple. It's really basic. To all hear why we're here is through the land and the water and the air. That's basically what we need right there. And appreciation for the basics. And now we need to learn how to get along as a group and as tribes, and how to work effectively and not let the political influence us so much, because we make the money. We make the money. We make the opportunities. We create that. The money does not make you. It does not create what you want to get done. Don't let the people push you to jump through something, because, you know, this whole thing of Black Lives Matter, that's what they want, to divide us. And that's what I'm hearing now is we're still very much, we have to start talking about how we're going to become undivided, how we're going to stop letting the politics divide us and become so hurt and so sensitive. Where do we become so sensitive at? Our feelings are so hurt. Like, toughen up a little bit in regards to teaching our kids it's okay. This is going to happen. And I hate to say this, but it's true what the brother said, that we build character by our sufferings. So we don't want to get rid of, we want to get rid of the stigmatisms and the prejudices, but we want to put something back in there good in regards to it. We can't just leave a void there, because our kids are going to put something back in there. We got rap music coming with a big influence. We got all kinds of drugs that come out that are going to fill those gaps. If we're not doing it, and all we're doing is complaining about, we don't like this, we don't like that, you have to fill the void with something else new. A new way. We can't just, there's nothing back there to hold us up. We're not holding up. We're only holding, our culture's holding us up. But not everyone's practicing our culture. Not everyone gets up and sings a song. Not everyone gets up and prays. And so it's our unity when we get together like this at the end. What are we going to do different next time to make it easier for brother here? For the brother here that did that whole 2 years by himself, it felt like. We want to cut down the suffering of individuals as when we have the power and the ability to do so. But when we sit here, we're not going away with the takeaway. A big takeaway is, what are we going to do better to improve the individual situation that's having trouble to get that help out there. So I think that we're going in the right direction. We just have some hugging to do and some kumbaya to sing. And I think we'll get there eventually in California.
Hello, my name's David. Again, I'm still David. And before I got up here, I had to wiggle my leg because I had a cramp. So don't get old. I like what was said here, especially what Roman was talking about. Sometimes it's hard to be the bad guy. I've always done bad things, and I got in trouble for doing bad things. But I'd rather get in trouble for doing good things now. So what the sister was talking about parenting and seeing to that your children get what they need. And we're talking about education. We're talking about schooling. This young brother over here, this short guy like me over here, he talked to me today about schooling. And I learned something from him when he says schooling, the word schooling means a bunch of fish going the right direction. Schooling is not education. Education and schooling is two different things. And I've always said that they always told us that when you come to these places I mentioned before, take one thing that you haven't heard at all from a place like this, and then take it into your heart and give it to your children, just one thing. And the second thing you want to take is something that you didn't know anything about, but you kind of knew, and it's been confirmed. I know one thing that I know for sure now, that we have a female that's representing us at ACLU. And I want to honor you for that. And also, why that is, I don't know. But there needs to be more of that. I come from a place where just a while back, I was lobbying for my cousin to be a tribal chairwoman. And they said, David, you've been in California too long. You're just a long-haired hippie smoking weed. Because around here you don't act like an Indian anymore, because we just don't nominate women for chairwomen around here. Everybody's always been a chairman around here since the beginning of our tribes. So I was the only guy with a picket, you know. So consequently, she became the first chairwoman. And so I also mentioned that sometimes it is within our own people sometimes that we need to start advocating to each other to get that strength. And like the brother said, we need to stay together and do these things. Roman, I honor you for being a long, tall stranger in the lane doing these things, and it should never happen that way. It should never happen that way, because there's plenty of us, and those kind of things. I'll leave you with this thought, you know. I did 3 deployments in the military, and while I was in the military in 1978, they passed the law, the American Indian Freedom of Religion Act, 1978. I was sitting in a hospital bed in the military, and they said, David, if you die, you can now practice your indigenous ceremony for yourself, or your people can do that. You know. So what was I there for in the first place? That's what I heard about these other brothers. Like my brother said, his dad was there. All of us, we've had that relation with our relatives. They've all served. And why didn't we have the opportunity to have that, practice our religion until 1978? I wasn't born in 78. I was already old-timer by then. In the military, they considered me an old-timer at that time. I went on to do another tour after that. Didn't learn my lesson the first time, second time. So I went on the third time. But this time, I wanted to go just in case if they buried me, they can bury me with their funeral and my funeral. So that way I could be un-American now. How about that? Decorated and all, and I still couldn't get that you know, these songs. I couldn't do that. So these are the things that we have to challenge. Another thing too is, you know, in my household, I was just a single dad, one guy, taking care of 2 children. My daughter was 3 months old when I took custody of her, and I raised her. She's independent. She lives by herself. I raised my son, and he's in his PhD program, as I mentioned before. But during that time, I was up here with our relatives, our natives here, climbing up the mountains. I had a bottle in one pocket and a bottle in the next one. I couldn't afford those fancy things that they put children in, so I put 2 holes in 2 cheap backpacks that I bought at the flea market. One here and one there, and I had 2 bottles right here, both of them. Bam, bam. That's what I was doing. So, you know, so I remember when I asked my sisters, beautiful sisters, lovely sisters. I was raised by some very powerful, good women. And I asked them, hey, why don't you guys help me with these children? He goes, David, whose children are they? They're mine. Well, take care of them. I said, well, why don't you go, I will show you how to do the diaper thing, but that's your responsibility. Take care of it. I said, you guys are meanie. You guys don't give me no support. He goes, David, we don't babysit. Where's your sisters? We'll show you how to do it. So I did, you know. So if you can show me how to do it, I'll do it for myself. I don't want you to do it for me. So here, you showed me how it's done. I'll do it for myself. So the next thing I do something like that, I'll know from you, because you're showing me. I won't do it for you. And this is what I understand this to be. So, so now I know how to change a diaper. So my son says, Dad, I'm going to adopt this baby girl. Are you going to be there to help me? I said, I don't do diapers. I'm just the grandpa. I'm just the grandpa. I'll visit. I'll sing a song with her, and I'm out. He says, okay. So my whole thing in this is like, we shouldn't be alone. We shouldn't be doing these things together. I like what she said. I shouldn't have been the first one. But you are, so we need to follow and kind of follow in those steps. And as I mentioned before here in the beginning, when I first spoke, I'm very honored and I'm very thankful that I'm in the presence of women and I'm allowed to share space with you. Where I come from, it is a very edgy thing where you're around women, that you watch yourself very closely, because now we have a chairwoman, informal chairwoman, and she put some laws around there. You know, so things change around there, and she's not joking either. So, so her sister is is in her 3rd term at the U.S. Representative's office in Arizona, and they don't joke around when it comes to the tribe and the women as well. So I kind of got to behave. I hope you give a good report and a favorable report when they say, we saw your brother, your uncle, and your cousin. Let them know that I'm a good guy. Thank you. Oh.
Just a comment that in California, most of us are matriarchal, so you might have rubbed off on you.
And I do want to jump in really quickly. We are a little bit behind time, and we have the youth coming to close us out, and so wanted to make sure that we have time for public comment and tribal testimony. So just wanted to be mindful of time.
Okay, microphone check. I just wanted to, just before you guys all leave, I'm working with partnering up with the museum here locally in Oakers, California, which originally was Fresno, named Fresno Flats. And we're talking about name change. And you know how it became Oakers was one lady said, oh, I don't like the name Fresno because something happened with her husband, and she took it upon herself to change the name to Oakers. So that's the museum I'm working with now. So it's unfortunate that it takes a whole squad team and get all rebelled up and everything just to, feel empathy for our people. And back in the when was it changed? I forget when it was changed, but it only took one woman to do that. And she wasn't Native. But who knows? That's just America, I guess. But anyways, I'm working with this non-Indigenous museum, which is Fresno Flats Historic Museum and Park here in Oakers. So what I'm doing is creating a 9-foot monumental sculpture of an Indigenous California woman, just because we have, faces and images like at Sarah High with the chieftains and with all the propaganda they have over there. And when I went to that school, for example, right when I walked into the principal's office, there's a Lakota chief right in the principal's office. So when we talk about getting land, coming together as a community, as a tribe, we start at the public school system. We have to teach our young in our public schools that the thing is that they say, oh, I'm honoring the tribes. That's why we have the chieftains. And they used to have a mascot, but they eliminated the mascot. But if you're honoring the tribes, they're honoring, because I'm born in South Dakota. I didn't really introduce myself, as a American, I guess you would say. But they're honoring with the gym. There's a Lakota chief painted. It's been in there for how long? 60s. And what type of information is that disseminating to the public, to the general public, to our own Native community? Is that the way we look like? Is that honoring us? Then it took years for them to stop using the mascot over there. And that's here, local. Okay? And I looked at that mascot and the costume, and it was in a paper bag. And it wasn't even real leather. So whoever would be the mascot would just put that costume on and jump around, and it just kind of, at the time, I was trying to eliminate that mascot. And I'm nobody, okay? I'm not a tribal council member. I'm not even from a local tribe here. I'm broke as a joke. My tribe don't have a casino. So I'm one of the bottom feeders. I grew up in a system. I was locked up until I was 18. Okay, I had nobody to teach me my own identity. And that's the key. If we don't know who we are, we're not going to know how to live and how to be. The main thing is to be confident in yourself. As a child, I was quiet. This is the most time I ever been talking. I was like so shy because, I'm not the tallest person. I'm not the, person to be, the comedian, a little bit of comedian, but it just, I wasn't that person that nobody really wants to be around. But that was my self-esteem. I put that on myself. And I could see it all around in our communities where suicides with alcoholism. I was stuck in alcoholism. I was a criminal. I was in, jail. I was incarcerated. Okay? And with that, that's a different viewpoint when I listen to everybody's story and how they grew up. And for being a missing, murdered indigenous, woman person, that falls so close to me and every indigenous person here. My father was murdered when I was 10 years old. The mother of my kids, her mother was murdered when she was 12 years old. So it's so close to us. So that's why I'm doing this sculpture, and that's what it's going to represent. It's representing her hand. There's going to be a handprint resembling the silence of the woman. It's going to be painted. She has a red dress. I have salmon going around. It's going to be a wood carving. It's a thank you for the extra deep voice. But it has a salmon on it too, to resemble home, to returning home, because that's their natural instinct, right? We all had that type of natural instinct. And that is going to be a sculpture of its first of its kind here in this area, this local area. And since I'm not from this local area, I'm looking for input. It's still not carved, but I have a maquette, and I'm looking for any type of information that somebody wants to be put on it. But when it's done carved, she's going to have a red dress, and the plan is to have someone or women, survivors, related, anybody that wants to have a handprint on the dress, because this is going to be about 8-foot, 9-foot sculpture. And when the unveiling comes, that's when I'm going to try to get a call out for that. And with this program, we applied for a grant, and this grant is very, over 100,000, and we actually got it. So for me, I talk about investing in ourselves. So I'm looking for native photographers, videographers, anybody with any input that can help design and recreate this indigenous exhibit at this, museum that, we could all enjoy and all come to. It's a park too, so people can go over there, have a picnic, learn about some historic, so when the museum is built, you can, because right now there's very little indigenous information there. So this is where it's like, why do they have this museum here, but where's the native influence? So I'm glad that I talked with the council here, and they're hoping, we're hoping to create, traditional cedar bark lodging, on alongside of the museum to create a point of conversation, because most of the conversations through the tours, because they give tours, were just about pioneers and settlers. So they would talk about that. I go around with the tours. This is what sparked me to kind of work with them and kind of, I'm kind of forceful in a way, but if I didn't do it, who would? So it's kind of like, I have to do it. I hate being being that person to always be the bad guy, I guess you would say. But I'm taking what, I don't want my people to disappear. I guess that's the point. I want them to have a legacy here. I want them to have a voice, because America was built on behalf of us. Even the Constitution, which is native law, is Indian law. People don't understand how some of the main road systems are our traveling routes. So there's a lot of history here that the general basic schools don't, put out there. And I'm still working to restructure the high school here with their imagery of non-California native imagery. Why can't we just do that, right? Why can't we take all these Lakota Sioux people off their walls and stop saying that's Indian, right? And like I said yesterday, when I go to the Central Valley Indian Clinic down here in Clovis, I was like, why do you got my people hanging up on the wall? Why can't I see indigenous people from this land? And that is the same mentality that the designers, the investors say that's who you are. Are we still continue? I even spoke to the Indian Health, and you know what? They have a board of local tribes that are part of that board or work on with the Indian, Central Valley Indian Health. And I don't understand, not to belittle people, but why can't they say, where's my grandma's picture? Where's my auntie's picture? Where's my picture on this wall? We are part of this area. Why is that Lakota chief on that wall? Why? Is that who we are? Are you trying to manipulate me to be like that? That's what it is, right? And that's just why we have to start with that. And little steps will become big. Like I said, I'm nobody, okay? I don't have, eventually I got a degree, okay? I got a bachelor's degree, okay? It took me years, okay? I'm not the smartest. I don't like to write, but we all have a gift. People always say, oh, how do you grow your hair so long? It's not me. People are tall, people are, beautiful, people, look a certain way. It just came natural, okay? So there's no secret in that. We all had that gift. No matter if it's writing, I do artistry. My hair is long because I don't cut it. I grow it for my ancestors, my great-grandmas that were forced to cut their hair. And sometimes I wear my feathers when I go do my shopping in town. I go to Costco. I go to, Walmart. I go wherever I need to pick up my basic necessities because I live up here in the foothills. People look at me. I get nervous. I get anxiety. Who else is going to wear their feathers in their hair? It's just not for our mirrors and our cars. Okay? Who else is going to walk in our same steps as people before us? That's the only way we can really understand. And it's so simple to change a name. That's so simple. Just like changing the photographs at Central Valley Indian Health. It's so simple to recreate imagery at a public high school to say, that's you. And who comes out of that school? The public. So who's going to discriminate in a way? Because they're not discriminating, they're just misled. Okay? Thank you. And thanks to the council for joining us and helping us with this project that we're working on.
Thanks so much. So in the interest of time, I think we'll go straight into public comment. Thank you so much to this panel, and feel free to pull them out if you'd like to ask them more. Thank you. And we will start with, do we have the video?
Yeah, Dee Dominguez.
We had a video submitted by, do you want to read it? Yeah. Okay.
It's Delia D. Dominguez.
We had a video submitted by Delia D. Dominguez from Kitanamuk and Yolumni Tejon Indians. And this is on the cultural heritage of the 4 Southern Valley Yokuts tribe of the Kern River of the southern end of the San Joaquin Valley. And then if there are any other local tribes who'd like to testify, we'll prioritize you for public comment, and then we'll open it up for general public comment.
The reason I like to come to this river at this point is because it is so relaxing. Anytime I have a problem, I am having an issue that I cannot deal with, I will come here to this river and I will listen to the water. I will look upstream and I will look downstream. I'll look at the birds and what I hear is just water. And it's just so beautiful and it just strengthens you. I'm born and raised in Bakersfield. I'm in Yolanda Yokets, and I am currently at the river off of Rancheria Road, where it's a very special place here. I know that there were many village sites in this spot, and I often come here for comfort. I come to relax. I sit on the rocks in the middle of the river, and I look up and down the river, and it's very peaceful for me. The river means so much to me. When I see the river running like this, it would be so wonderful if it would continue to run through Bakersfield. Unfortunately, right now, it's cut back so far back. Our families need it. The river needs it. All of our community needs it. I believe that more thought needs to go into dividing the water. If we have to dry up the river by sending out so much water that it kills the river, then we need to come back to the table and rethink this. Even though the water is low and a lot of the boulders can be seen now, it is still so beautiful. But when you go to the part where the water has been completely taken out of the bed of the river, it is devastating. And I and others have seen the trees fallen dead in the middle of the riverbed. There's no vegetation. There's nothing. And it's like total devastation. It's absolutely horrible, and it does not have to be that way. Hello, everyone. My name is Delia D. Dominguez. I am from Bakersfield. I'm sorry. Can I turn this on? Okay, I'm not a real professional here, so anyway, so I'm here to talk about the Kern River, which was the lifeblood of the 4 Southern Yokets tribes, the Yalamni Yokets, the Halaamni Yokets, the Tulamni Yokets, and the Tuhohi Amni Yokets. In 1880, this map here was made. There were 2 farmers who were fighting over the water. One of them said, "It's all mine." The other one said, "It's all mine." And they went on and on, no, no, no. So finally they filed a lawsuit. And then they settled that out of court. But at that time, when everything was in place, and just before that, when all our tribes were in place, there was a little lake called Kern Lake. There were 300-pound fish there. There was Buena Vista Lake. That lake is no longer there either. There's only a little bit of water that's now called Buena Vista Recreational Area. It does not receive any fresh water from Kern River anymore. The water that is in there, it comes from the California Aqueduct. And that is why around that lake, that man-made lake, it says, do not go into the water. It is contaminated. And so, as you can see here, the river started, comes out of the mountains right here, goes through Bakersfield, made this lake, ran the slough all the way up, ran into Tulare Lake, and all the way to San Francisco Bay. The Kern River emptied into the San Francisco Bay. And that is why the salmon come down all the way to Merced River, Kings River, San Joaquin River, and so on. Today, this lake's gone. This lake's gone. This lake's gone. This slough is gone. The water no longer goes to San Francisco Bay. It goes all the way back to here. The mountains are right here. And so the water runs to about right here, and all of the water is taken out. And there's just a dry bed. And so several nonprofit organizations in Bakersfield got together and said, we want the water to be left in the riverbed for 10 more miles. It's a Band-Aid. But 10 more miles actually takes it all the way out to the outskirts of where the housing is at. And when they came to me and asked me if I would help them, I said I would. And I told them, well, I'm hanging on to you because you're the ones that have the power. I do not, but I will help you, but it has to come from the indigenous way. That's the only way that I can stand by you. Here on this map, I showed where the tribes were located. Oh, thank you. This pink part, this is the Yolamni. The river is right here. The Yolamni went all the way to the foothills, like the Grapevine. And where Kern Lake was, right next to the Yolamni, were the Hala'amne. And that's Kern Lake, because there was sugarcane grew there. And next to the big lake was a Tulamni. And then up here, when the slough went north, the Tuhoamni, the Tuhohi people. And of course, Tulare Lake is now dry too, and used to be the largest freshwater lake west of the Mississippi. Okay, you can put it down. When all of the people were taken away, all of this water used to be our lifeblood. It was where we had water to drink, water to wash the clothes, water to cook food, water for the birds, water for the deer, water for the squirrels, and the people were gone, were taken away. Our villages are no longer there. Most of them have been taken out. Most of the cemeteries have been taken out. And still there are some that are still being found. But even though all that has happened, there is one place that is still intact. It's a place called Homochu. It's by the river, down closer to the middle of the valley. And it was the large, sacred place for the 4 Southern Valley Yokats tribes. And there we would hold our 6-day ceremony honoring our ancestors, the end of October, 1st of November. And I have found in looking into all of that most of the indigenous people around the world do the same thing at the same time. How did we do that? We didn't have no cell phones back then. There was no telephone. Smoke could not go up to tell another tribe 1,000 miles away that we're having this ceremony, yet we all did. Most of the material around it has gone. But I learned about 1993, 1994, a friend of mine named Robert Gomez from Weldon, East of Atalabo. He was a monitor, and he asked me, will you come to this site with me? And I said, okay. And I took my daughter, and the archaeologist was there, and he showed us, he says, this is where you can't see it, but below the soil, there's a fire pit. That was where this is where the ceremony was held, and so are where the poles were at. And so I walked that area, and I could see that. And you got to a certain spot, and everything looked so level from mountain to mountain. And so I said, well, Robert, what are we going to do? He says, well, I told the archaeologist to tell the owner to avoid the area or put a park over it, but don't destroy it. This is a very large housing development. It went downhill 2008 when we had the recession, thank goodness. Today to 2022, 2023, the city and the county now want to create an underwater storage area under this sacred site. And so I am hoping, and I'm telling everyone about this, that this doesn't happen. Somehow it has survived through today. And I would like to see the condor ceremony come back there, because even today we can't even get a condor so we can have that ceremony, and it would have been there. It is also on the endangered species list. In 1851, when the military came to this area to remove all the people, it was Treaty D. It was taken on June 10th, 1851. And the area that was set aside for the 4 tribes in all that area, as the water came from Lake Isabella and down the middle of the river, out of the mountains, all the way past Buena Vista Lake, to the foothills, to Tejon Canyon, back to Lake Isabella, that land was to have been set aside for those 4 tribes and their surrounding people. Had they not reneged on that treaty, we would have had a good life, because we had all the water that we needed and all the land we needed to survive. And I'm going to end with this. The indigenous people of the Andes also honor the condor. And they say that when a condor passes away, another condor will take that condor spirit up to the sky, all the way to the Milky Way, and there he lives, that spirit. And that spirit turns into a star. And so when you look up at the Milky Way, all those stars up there are all condors that were here on Earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also do have a comment from Marcia from Tule River.
Thank you. My sister Irma and I, we are Yalamni, our mother's side, and Pankalachi from right near the Deer Creek Road, right below Tule River there. And so we are the people who howl. We have the wolf spirit as our spirit helpers. Our father is Yaudanchi, the mountain people. So we have the spirit of the mountain within us in our traditional ways that we learned ever since we were little girls. Our father was the one who taught us when the people couldn't practice their spiritual ways openly. And then in the late 70s, there's about 12 medicine people that came to Tule River to ask our elders if we would be willing to have sweat lodges now that the people could practice their ways openly. And they had a big meeting. My older sister and my brother were there. I wasn't there, and Irma wasn't, but they told us about it. And the youngest medicine person there at the time was Bill Wright Metz. And he's the one who questioned the medicine people, because they were all saying the good things about the lodge, and then he asked them to tell the people about the bad, about the one we call the Hichwaya, the one that comes and tries to make us do ugly things, bad things, and plays tricks on us so we don't want to be traditional or practice our ways. But in the end, our elders said yes, so we started our elders gathering way back there over 50 years ago, and we still have that gathering today. And it's the 3rd weekend in August, and we invite you if you'd like to come. But I would like to make a recommendation to the council here, is that when we first walked in, we're talking about yesterday, the people talked and they said the things they had to say, and that it brought a lot of emotions out. And today, I see a little bit that here today too. So my recommendation to the council is to have somebody here at the end for the people who have opened up and their raw emotions are still here, that maybe you could help them, that have somebody here that could talk to them and doctor them, so that when they leave, those wounds are slowly closing and they have a better understanding of the healing of what they've voiced here in every session you have. That's what I would like to recommend. That's what I see. But I had asked earlier if I could make the announcement of our gathering we're having April 13th through the 16th, spiritual gathering on Tule River, to bring the water pourers, the sweat leaders, the medicine people together, because way back in the 70s they told us we too need healing, meaning the water pourers, the sweat leaders, the medicine people, that they too need healing. And so what my sister Irma and I will be working with the women, War from Tule, and then Delbert Davis, you guys all know him, he did your blessing yesterday, and Ron Ellick, he's moved up north. Those two gentlemen will be working with the men. We bring everybody that we can together. So far we have 100 people that are willing to come. Whether they show or not, we don't know. But it's invitational to people who are the helpers, the healers. We're all that's left. We've had so many medicine people here in California that did the blood sucking, that did the herb healing, that did the doctoring with the spirits, and others that they're gone now. So we're all that's left is the water pourers. We don't call ourselves medicine people because we weren't trained, it wasn't handed down to us, but it's in our bloodline to be those people. I don't know, I heard one of the guys mention our brother, Phil D. Metz, they called him Songman. A lot of the songs you hear through in the sweat lodges nowadays came through him. So he was our medicine man on Tule, and then from there, Bill Wright, we would go to him, and then from there, creator, grandfather, to learn and to help our people. So I could see where we need to, and several people have told me it's good that we're bringing the medicine people, the sweat leaders together to help themselves. Is to start a networking group throughout California and to start a support group for our water pourers, which I call a willow bundle. They tell us that because our lodges are made through the willows, one willow can be broken, two might be broken, three and more, you're stronger, you cannot be broken. So through this group, we're going to form a willow bundle, and that willow bundle is people that we meet at the gathering in April that can be our support group, that we can call and we can talk to. If somebody down south needs help, we can know who's down there available to help them. Same with Central Valley and Northern California. So we're encouraging those water pourers to contact us so we can put their name on a list that they'll be coming. And we're not trying to change anybody's ways of pouring the water or how they do it. That's fine. We will be talking about the history, and we will have sweat lodges for women, men, and co-ed, and talking circles, and storytelling, and different speakers. So it's going to be a full 4 days. So if you know anybody you think would be interested in coming, I have a flyer, so just give me your number and I could send the flyer to you. Okay? And the other thing that's missing is here, I say it in a good way, is you need to have songs. You need to sing. Because when you do your blessing, you're inviting not just the people here earthly, but you're bringing in the spirits of the land, and they want to hear what the people say. They're listening to all of us in this room right now since it started, and they really would like to hear songs. Oh.
Thank you. And I know we have some youth that are going to close us out. And I know that folks had more comments and more thoughts and more questions, but we do want to be mindful of our youth who have had a long day and are a bit short on time. So what I'd like is for, if you have comments, please email them to us at the info@catruthandhealing.com. If you want to have an oral interview or a video interview in person that you'd like recorded, we'd love to facilitate that. If you'd like to have a Zoom one-on-one with us and have that be part of the record, we'd love to have that as well. Anything else that I should? Oh, our listening session virtual is next Thursday from 10:30 to noon, and that will be available on our website. It's the same link that we always have for virtual listening sessions. And then our next quarterly meeting will be in April in the Tahoe area. We'll learn more about the work there to do renaming, reclaiming of places, and we'll also be facilitating a visit to the Stewart Indian School up there, which has a walking tour and is a very kind of heavy space to be in. So we'll keep you posted on that. And is that it? Okay, so we'd like to welcome in our youth to close us out. And Chairperson Bill?
Hilly Hilly, once again, thank you all for sharing your stories and sharing your recommendations today. As I had said at the beginning of the program, our tribe is really focused on revitalizing our language. And so we have our youth here today, many comments centered around making sure that our youth are engaged and that we are working with our youth. So again, please give them such a big round of applause. It is hard to come up here and perform. So I'm going to turn it over to Cecil here to give a more introduction.
Hello, my name is Cecil Dick. I'm from Dunlap, California. I'm Mono, and I'm really blessed to be here and hold the position I hold with the tribe. Seeing them daily and helping them learn their culture. I, along with them, am learning the Chukchi language through the language department that we have, so we can pass it on to them, which is it's almost a lost language, and we don't want it to be lost. And we tell these youth every day that they need to come in and they need to learn it, and they take pride in it of who they are, so they don't get lost. It tells them who they are, centered as a peoples, as a native peoples, their language. I'd like to have them introduce themselves.
Hilly Hilly Hoy was named Isaac.
Hilly Hilly Hoy was named Jude.
Hilly Hilly Hoy was named Ellie.
Hilly Hilly Hoy was named Dahlia.
Hilly Hilly Hoy was named JR.
Hilly Hilly Hoy was named Alyssa.
Hilly Hilly Scarrett.
Hilly Hilly Hoy was Lucy.
Hilly Hilly Hoy was named Caitlin.
Hilly Hilly Hoy was named Jacob.
We'll begin singing an Eagle song with a clapstick and some hand drums, and then we will sing a song around the drum, crane song.
So before we go into the closing blessing, we'd like to ask if any of the council members have any closing thoughts. And if not, we can go right into the. Councilmember Lucas, any closing thoughts? Yeah. Oh, then we'll go right into the blessing.
Hili Hivya Yokach. Before I start the prayer, I just want to take a moment to thank the ancestors of this land and the ancestors of the people that have visited us today. And I'm going to wish you guys a safe return home. And we appreciate you being here with us. And we want to be in this together. So, ho ke shana ho. Michkai sipamayan amayo hoi yokach nan and dahi yashtiste na an mam. Wilch in lanye na an mam. Kayosh wilch in ka dale kananen. He holke mich boyomi oisa hon na an hill. Kayosh goy gnanen yowochi. Michkais amil hon ama nanen. Hoyl wish hat mai holomen. Yat wish chat might holomen. Lani wish chat might holomen. Oh, hidyanim heithen. Thank you, Creator and Ancient Ones. We are all here. We will still talk for you. We will continue to listen to you. Please continue to protect us. This land is beautiful. We are happy to be here. Protect us as we all return home. Thank you for helping us. Let's always heal one another. Let's always talk to one another. And let's always listen to one another. Oh, all my relations.
Yahweh, thank you. That concludes our first quarterly meeting of the year. Thank you so much again to okay, I'm done talking. Thank you so much again to Chuck Chansey, to all of the youth. Thank you for sharing. We know you're a little bit tired. And really appreciate all of your generosity in sharing your hearts with us. Appreciate all of you who joined today and opening up your hearts to this process. This is going to be a long journey, and we are glad to have you with us. If you felt like saying something today, or you leave here and you have some thoughts about what you'd like to see from this process, please feel free to reach out to us. We're happy to meet with you in person, via Zoom, or you can send us your comments in writing. So thank you all again, and safe travels.